What's the channel? What's the YouTube channel? Can you share?
Okay.
I don't know from where it's coming, but
It's your YouTube, right?
okay.
Okay, hello everyone, and welcome on the afternoon session of the second day. So I actually wanted to hijack a little bit the meeting to say something quickly, because yesterday Walter raised a point and he asked us if you enjoy the benefit from public healthcare, should you then not also have the moral obligation to share your anonymized data for non-for-profit research? And I actually posted that question on my Instagram and on my LinkedIn, and I have several replies. On LinkedIn, I actually only gave two options, yes or no, and two people said yes, and nobody said no. But on LinkedIn, I gave some more options. I said yes, automatically, nobody chose that. I said yes, but option to opt out, and 29% said chose that one. No, but the option to opt in, 14% chose that, and 57% of people said that there was no such obligation. So there is a little bit of disagreement among the people on whether or not we should share our data or be mandatory in a way to share it for non-for-profit use. Okay, that's out of the way, but I thought you might be interested in that little opinion poll. We start with this afternoon session, and the first speaker is Didier Corneille, who is the co-founder of HEALS. And he has been the driving force behind this symposium where we are today. He also serves as the vice president of AFT plus Technoproc and is a board member of the International Longevity Alliance. His commitment to the cause and his focus on equitable access to longevity treatments are unsurpassed. Today, he will talk about how we can accelerate the European health data space. Thank you, and I give the word to Didier.
Thank you, Sven. Yeah, indeed. How could we, or how do I think that we could accelerate application of the European health data space for the citizens, and for the citizens now directly, and more important for the research, and also for the citizens later for a longer life. But I will begin with a few facts about longevity. Most of you know, but it is an always useful reminder that today, like every day, about 120,000 people in the world will die of diseases related to old age. So this is in our rich countries, about 90% of deaths in the world, about 70% of all deaths together. And even in the poorest countries, some people say, yeah, but we have to care about poorest country first and not about aging. They are right that we have to care about the poorest country, but it's even there 50% or more. Like you know, life expectancy is rising regularly in the world, in Europe and in Belgium, but it was decreasing recently due to COVID, and the situation is about the same. So this is from 1950. In Belgium, you see this is very regular. And there was the COVID was the first time in human history. It was the first time since World War II. So in our life, that life expectancy was globally decreasing in the world, but now the situation is going better. So when we die of diseases related to old age, these are all causes of deaths. It's mostly cardiovascular diseases, cancers, neurodegenerative diseases, and other non-communicable diseases. But one important point is, even if we die of, let's say, common diseases or common causes who are not directly related to old age, it's still because of the old age that we are dying of this and not going well after a while. So infectious disease like flu, tuberculosis, and COVID, of course, but falls. So if you fall in the in your house, and you are 20, 30, your probability to die of it is about 0, except if you are very unlucky. If you are above 80, your probability to die of this is more than 10%, 20% even. You know, probably most of you, that actually we progress for many, many things, but we do not progress concerning the maximal lifespan. We do not progress at all since 1997, when Jeanne Calment died when she was 122 years. Well, I know there are people thinking that it's not true, but let's go that outside. Even if it was not Jeanne Calment, it was another other person who was 120. And the oldest woman in the world today is not 116. She turned 117 recently. I forgot to actualize this slide. And the oldest man in the world is not even 114. It was one guy living in Venezuela, but it's 112. So it's even less. So when I say we don't progress, it's really sadly spectacular. Like I said already, there was a decrease of life expectancy, not anymore maximal life expectancy, but average life expectancy during the COVID crisis. And this is spectacular because it is the first time, maybe in history, or at least of the last 2 centuries, where you have technological global progress continuing at the world level, but you have people living shorter lives and probably also less happy lives. I think that it is very probably possible to find a treatment against aging within 15 to 30 years, but it will be complicated and expensive, except if AI is changing all that very, very, very fast, AGI, but that's maybe another discussion, even if David will probably approach that soon. Now, facts about big data for health, especially at the European level later. So first, it is often said, but I never found a very precise reference, but it is often said that 30% of big data is health big data. So a very, very, very big part. There is of course, everything what is in clinics, your medical doctor and so on. There is scientific literature. There is, and this is a big part of this big data, what is in your smartphone. Okay. And you have, last time I saw, like more than 300,000 healthcare apps, but as far as I know, there is not one largely used public space to share personal health data to facilitate medical research. I mean, freely. It is the questions that Anton asked a few times. Well, there's about why can I not, well, in very short, why can I not share my health data? So there is no place organized for this. And so the important thing is that the problem is not that we don't have enough health data. The problem is that we don't have enough access to health data. So the central question is how to share health data, to know which human clinical trials should be started immediately for longevity, which exist in drugs, for small longevity progress, and also to prepare breakthroughs. Now, the legal and even more important, the de facto situation in Europe, I think that you can summarize this as, but if you disagree, tell me. So first, you are theoretically free to share, but actually you are obliged to share with private companies and with public entities if you want to use their services. And these institutions, they will sell the data or make it available, but only with many restrictions. So in theory, yeah, you give, or sometimes you give informed consent, but of course you still don't have a judge choice. You know, you cannot go to your medical doctor and say, oh, don't take any notes, or maybe your medical doctor, but certainly not in a clinic. You are not allowed to share most of your data for science, because in no country with the tools, at least in no country of the European Union, in the tools that are existing now, you are allowed to share it easily with scientists. even if you decide to do it, scientists will have problems if they use your data. I will come for one very spectacular example in a few slides, maybe the next. And even if scientists decide to use your data, they will probably not be able to have their finding published because of ethical questions. Yeah, and so this is the next slide. That this is Beata Halassi. She was in the press recently because she discovered a way to cure her own cancer, and she was using the products that she discovered on herself. And after that, she wanted to publish that, and it was quite complicated for her to publish. And there is, okay, that's because, let's say, so-called ethical people are afraid that other people could test on themselves, like if it was especially totally immoral. Now, coming to the main part of my intervention is what can we do for a few possible open solutions, for a few progress. First, in theory, the best place would be the World Health Organization, because as the world level, it's there that they have access to the most organizations, people, and so on. But yeah, no. Maybe Huguette, who is the last speaker, will speak about, well, she will speak about the World Health Organization and maybe about some ways to share, but it's very small at the moment. So pragmatically, the real place where this is possible is the European Union. So one of the reasons, one of the problems is people are really very often, especially in Europe and even more in countries like Germany, afraid to share their health data. So of course, health data is sensitive, but it's far less sensitive than your political life, than your sex life, than most of your private life. And it would be less risky if it was a public system where health data would not be to be sold, you know. One of the main reasons, not the only one, but one of the main reasons people are afraid, that's because they are afraid that the health data is used with an insurance company or is used to sell something more expensive because they know that you are especially interested in this medical problem. But okay, if it was prohibited to sell it, I think the situation would be with far less risk. What I hope, but this is another question, and we didn't speak. I think we didn't speak about this, but there is the situation concerning patent. You know, some people say, yeah, we have the Ehrum's law. The Ehrum's law is the fact that there are less. So the Moore's law is the law. It's not the law. That we have an exponential velocity acceleration of, let's say, all capacity. The Moore's law, the Ehrum's law is the law, but no, one more time, it's not really a law, but saying that the number of scientific discoveries is getting slow and getting more expensive. So one of the reasons is the fact that many drug companies, many medical companies, they absolutely want to have patent. They also want to have public money. And I think that to facilitate sharing of data, at least there should be no patent when there is public money, and at least there should be the obligation to publish negative results. Because when a big drug company is testing a drug and seeing that it's not working, well, they don't have any incentive to publish it. Even sometimes they have an incentive not to publish it. And so it should be compulsory. It is compulsory in some cases or particularly, but not always. And also with research outside patentable fields is a lot more difficult the example is the fact that the TAME, so-called TAME study, that's a study on metformin. Metformin is a product who is maybe probably somewhere between making a longer life possible for most humans. This study on metformin, the TAME, so-called TAME study, is supposed to happen since at least 5 to 10 years and didn't happen now. That's because metformin is now, the patent is finished, let's say, how do you say that, expired many years ago. Okay, we should constantly remind, like I think it was a speaker who said that, yeah, it was Karina Dantas who was saying that as the first speaker, constantly remind that most people are willing to share health data for scientific and medical goals. Each time there are studies about that, it's very clear. Sometimes people are afraid to share with pharmacists, but for the rest, no problem. There is a large consensus concerning this. In the European data space legislation, there is the principle of what's called, sometimes called altruist databases. So it means that people having the health data could not have a commercial goal. So it is less worrying if it is altruist. There could be more trust if there is no financial goal. And once again, less risk if there is less to sell. So if it is more complicated to sell the data. Many people here and in other places speak a lot about it's more interoperability, interconnectivity of databases, but and it has to have a good interconnectivity. You need a good interoperability. So it must be between states, between medical actors, between times also that the new software is not making access to the old software impossible. And yeah, between practitioners and between citizens. I forgot to write it. The problem is the crazy competitive. I just took a picture of one slide of one conference about the situation in Flanders. But you see, there are texts I even don't know about what it is precisely, but you have at least the legislation, the laws concerning the medical devices, who is very complicated. You have, of course, the EHDS, European Health Data Space. You have a Cyber Resilience Act that is for security problems, and of course also a big one, very big one is AI Act. But you have also many others. So the laws are incredibly complicated. And to take the EHDS, the fact that it's at the moment not yet a text who is final and published is because they try to translate it correctly, but that's not the first problem. I thought it was the first problem, but they try to make it compatible with all other rules. And yeah, for me, I mean, it will be impossible, and there will be probably people going into courts after. But okay, crazy complexity one. Crazy complexity, this is outside of the medical field, but I like to show you this page. This is page 127,571 of the official journal of Belgium. And why this page? Because this year it was breaking the absolute record of last year. And this year it will be probably something like 140,000 pages of laws on the laws, regulations, and so on, only at the Belgian level. And I can assure you, nobody is reading. Probably, literally, no, certainly nobody is reading this journal entirely, because if you have no time, you would have more than 24 hours, more than 24 hours a day are necessary to read everything. And probably such a page, nobody reads it, you know, literally. Okay, that's also a picture, sorry, I had no time, but that's one of the timelines. But you see here, actually, this was already, I mean, yeah, you see here, they write 2025 for the general, but when Shivani was for first meeting concerning the EHDS, you told me what they were more saying 24, I think, and so it will be 25, and that is 25 now, if everything is going okay. And 25 no, this means that the last aspects will be for 2036. So, yeah, so slow. There is one positive aspect is that you have there the deadlines, the maximum, but you can have institutions who decide to go already, to apply already what is compulsory now and not to it. I think that we have a duty to help. We have a moral duty, so to make this possible because it will save lives. We have an ethical duty for the same reason. Sometimes you can consider that you have, even at least in countries like Belgium, France, and I think Germany, it is possible to save lives, but you have to do it. It's a legal duty. It's a crime not to help. So, of course, for this, we should use artificial intelligence, and maybe, but this is a large, complicated discussion outside the scope, AGI, artificial general intelligence, because AGI will not suffer from what's called, Aubrey de Grey, one of the most well-known longevity in the world, calls the death trance, or mortality salience of terror management theory, the fact that because we know that we are going to die of old age if we cannot escape, if we can escape other causes of death, and because this is awful, many people prefer not to think about it, or prefer to say, yeah, it's a good thing to die of old age. Okay, because also other priorities than medical fields than medical and research for longevity fields are more dangerous. So less existential risk if we use this for AGI. And of course, at the moment, at the moment, artificial intelligence is still better combined with human intelligence, even if well, there are people saying it's not anymore the case, but it seems that it's even still the case in most medical studies, that if you have an artificial intelligence working alone, it is less good than if you have an artificial intelligence working with scientists, medical doctors, and so on. Okay, and then just once we have this health data, of course, it will be for clinical test for longevity, and we need simplification because at the moment we have more scientists than ever in the history of humanity, but we have also more bureaucracy than ever in the history of humanity. And it is the cost now for new drug is sometimes they say 1 billion, sometimes they even say 2 billion to test for a new drug. It is crazy, and with the progress, yeah, Jan and others, you spoke about that, with progress of artificial intelligence, sometimes tests are not even necessary anymore. So the first cause of bureaucracy is the heavy regulation in US and in Europe, but there are other causes. Yeah, so we need less bureaucratic and faster system at the European level, of course, ideally at the world level. So an average IRB, that is an ethical authorization, in the US, it takes many months, and even worse, sometimes there is no ethical authorization. An authorization is mostly only valid in one place. For example, in Germany, I think it's only valid even in one land, not in in Belgium. It's the whole country, but still, it's a small country. We need to test on animals living a very short life, like this fish, Notobranchius drosophil, the fly drosophil C. elegans of Sven, but also for animals living very long lives, like the neck mole rats. We need double-blind trials with people wanting to have the best treatment. Okay, with people who are old enough, well-informed enough, and in good health at the European level, because 120 people a day, there are 120,000 people a day to save. We need a global project, like some people say a Manhattan project, but Manhattan it's a little bit too military. NASA project, I don't know the name, but anyway, a global project. So this is all except for the conclusion. So what we need, in very short, reliable shared big health data that we can curate and analyze with artificial intelligence and human intelligence, fast clinical tests, of course, more research, and like something making the link to all those aspects, we need a sense of urgency. We all know that we are going to die of old age if there is no solution, and if we can escape other causes of death, but it's kind of something coming slow, so we don't feel how urgent it is for so many people. So in a few words, what HEALS and International Longevity Alliance and others say, you can synthesize like create a system trusted by citizens, managed by, well, there not everybody agree, managed by a public institution or non-profit organization, where by default opt-out, I spoke about opt-out at the end of the morning. All health data, anonymized or pseudonymized, can be used for scientific research and not for any other use. And of course, the goal is to start a clinical test. And of course, the final goal is to enable everyone wishing it, not going to be compulsory, to live a radically longer and healthier life. Thank you. Now, I think that there is plenty of time. I don't know how long I was speaking, but yeah. There is time for questions now, at the end of the day, and by email. Thank you. Jan.
I also think that more funding for fundamental R&D would be also needed. Where do you think this fund should be coming from?
Well, that's, yeah, I was suppressing this slide, you know, because I thought I will not speak about money, but you're totally right. I say very often that I don't understand how it is possible that the Life Expectancy Velocity Foundation doesn't get the money for the second phase of test on mice. It's a small amount of money. I don't understand how it is possible that the TAPE study doesn't receive the money. And I don't understand why there is at the moment no public organization who has explicitly as a goal to make it possible to live longer and healthier. That it doesn't exist nowhere in the world. So, but for your question was where to find the money, or yeah, I would say we have to try on everywhere, but I don't have a simple situation Sorry, I don't have a simple solution. What I can say, coming back to bureaucracy, just 2 days ago, I was going to a meeting as a civil servant where we are speaking about grants, you know, and everybody there agrees it's so complicated to have grants that most people even don't try. And when they try, they have to go through consultancy. So I mean, you have, practically it is public servants of the, for example, the institution where I was Federal Public Service Health, public servants of the Federal Public Service Federal Public Service Health, so the Ministry of Health in Belgium, who want to ask money from the EU Service for Grants of the Direction of Health and the EU, and to fulfill the documentation, they have to go through consultancy. Yeah, I mean, everybody at this level in Belgium speaks English. At the EU level, everybody speaks English. It's a walking distance between the two places, and still it's not working. So sometimes there are budgets who are not even used because nobody is asking because it's so complicated. So it should be simpler, and there should be, for me, public institutions really having this goal. Well, and of course, they should be also, well, of course, I mean, I prefer to survive thanks to a big drug company than to die. So, but the fact is that the big drug companies at the moment, they don't find so much drugs because, yeah, it's also because of bureaucracy, because of other reasons, I don't know, because also of the fact that concerning clinical trials, let's say people who are testing drugs are super protected. I mean, there was one death 10 years ago, and they are still trying to avoid that there is one death more. I mean, yeah, of course, but there are millions of other people who are dying. Yeah, so simplification, sense of urgency, everything that I said, but I have no simple solution.
George has a question.
Yeah, John.
Yes, George. You may ask, George.
Hello, thanks for the nice talk. It's actually a comment on a minor point, but it's also reflecting the complexity of health-related interventions. You mentioned clinical trials, and you said there should be two arms, one was a current best treatment and the other one was a current best treatment and a new one combined, if I understood this correctly. There's more and more data now about that there are many cases where there's not synergy between interventions, but they are actually harming each others in their effect. I think Brian Kennedy talked about it. I think he has a paper on that issue. So one idea could be that you maybe in half the doses of the intervention of the one that is working, and then you add a new one. I hope that you may have less antagonistic side effects. But I'm really not sure what to do about it. In the end, you have to find out about the mechanisms, and but it is not taken for granted that the two interventions do not interfere, even if they are pretty far away. Like one is exercise or diet related, and the other one is drug related.
Yeah. Well, first part of the answer, I was going kind of fast on this part because it was not anymore related to health data, but it was more what are we doing for the health data. Second, what I wanted to say, there are people saying that double-blind or blind test or test with a placebo are unethical because the group with the placebo, I would say, doesn't have a good treatment, you know, and that's not true because when you have two groups of old people, one with the new medication or the new therapy, and another one, the one who is the placebo, let's say, has still the best treatments who are now at the moment. But I agree, it can be in some cases, but I wasn't thinking at this aspect. In some case, it is the best treatment now at the moment, and on the other side, another treatment. But it's, yeah, I mean, it was, I understand your point, but it was kind of a detail in what I was saying. Yeah.
Shivani has a question.
I have a question, but from your presentation, the last slide, which is the sense of urgency and clinical trials. So we saw that during COVID, because it was a global pandemic, all the RNAi vaccines clinical trials was expedited. It did not take as much time as regular vaccines take to come in market, and even given to millions of people before we start seeing the side effects. So, yeah. I mean, I talk to you often, so it's not really a question, but how can we show that this sense of urgency is required for aging itself? Because, yeah, COVID was like actively killing people in front of the world. Yeah, aging. Yeah, aging is, I will say that before I started working with you, I never even thought that aging is, we can consider this as a disease. So, yeah, indeed, just from your presentation, I see that if people actually start thinking about it, that the sense of urgency will come in general people, because we as a group who is working on this know it. But a common person like myself before working with you was like, okay, it's part of life. What's there to research about? So indeed, and we have seen with COVID that clinical trials can happen fast. Maybe the way they did it, yeah, I think a lot of people had comments about it. But there is a strategy to make things faster. So I think in general as a group, we can think of that as a model. And
I would say, of course, I totally agree with you. And yeah, why was it so? I think one of the things is there was, if aging would not exist now and it would appear, probably there would be like, it would be goal number one to stop this for billions of people. But aging is something that exists, and so we get used. And when there is something new, like the COVID, people are afraid. But COVID was killing all people, I would say, with more, let's say the ratio between old people and young people was even more spectacular for COVID than for the general mortality. It was really, if you were I know in Belgium there were pretty good statistics, and so you had you had during the first weeks or months, it was 0 death for people younger than 25 or than 20. So no risk at all. And for people older than 80, it was like 10 to 20%. Another aspect is I think that COVID was kind of overestimated at the beginning concerning the mortality. Well, and also it was a new disease, so there was no treatment. At the end, the mortality was lower. But okay, yeah, it was really the first time ever that the life of old people was like very, very, very important, and that people were trying to save them, and that there was kind of, so there were measures for people of old ages, but actually it was only protecting old people. But yeah, it was not said also. But yeah, totally.
I will very shortly comment on that, and that is that COVID was a little bit special in that we did a lot of things there that we will normally do. One of which is so the regulating agencies took all the COVID dossiers first. And so they left other medicines waiting. And so obviously that's not a good solution to say we just let every other project wait. That's one thing. Another thing is that, for example, they started to produce the vaccines while the trials were still running, which is a huge economic risk that you generally will not want to be taking. Another thing is you will start to set up trials in parallel with each other. Again, you want to do a smaller trials first. If it fails, it's cheaper to terminate and not do the next phase of a trial already. So they did a lot of things with COVID that will generally not be a good idea to just replicate. But I do think, of course, it's possible to accelerate clinical trials in general. But, okay, that's what I wanted to say. Any other questions online or from the audience? No? Okay, then we continue to the next speaker. The next speaker is Adam Gries. Adam is a seasoned entrepreneur and co-founder of Vitalism. He's combining his passion for education and technology to create impactful mobile learning experiences. With a track record of building and selling successful companies, including apps reaching 80 million users, Adam excels at data-driven systems and viral mechanics. An advocate for personal growth and environmental improvement, he leverages his experience in social gaming, microtransactions, and startups to empower individuals and drive innovation in tech and beyond. Today, he is here to talk about how longevity organizations can help to better share health data. Thank you, and I give the word to Adam.
Thank you very much, and hi, everybody. What I'll do today is I'm going to share my screen and share a presentation where I'm first going to share a little bit about what Vitalism Foundation does and what Vitalism is, then discuss a few vectors into data sharing, especially when it comes to Europe, and some vectors for political change as well. And then I'll open it up to questions. So without further ado, and thank you very much for that kind introduction, let me share my screen. All right, can everybody see?
Yes.
Fantastic. All right. So yes, very grateful to be here today with everybody. The title of the talk that was on the program was Better Sharing of European Health Data, Proposal of Longevity Organizations. And I'll just say before I start this that there isn't very good data out there that summarizes this as a distinct thing. So there are some proposals, there are some people who talk about different initiatives, but I can't say that there is a very coherent or well disseminated a set of programs that have been worked on. At least I'm not aware of them. So let me jump right in and we'll start. And by the way, if anybody knows better, by all means, please enlighten me. So as mentioned in the introduction, I'm a repeat founder. And in tech, I'm also technical myself and have a bit of background in bio. I studied neuroscience at university, and I've invested in a bunch of companies in everything from health in the here and now, supplements, diagnostics, companies that do more hardcore biotech. And then the last 2 years, came up with this idea of a movement and a philosophy that could really help change the game in the context of what Didier was talking about, our big need to somehow rally and how we could do that more effectively. And of course, you can also see my co-founder, Nathan, on this slide, who also started LBF and HealthSpan Capital. All right, so I'll start with this simple question. Is fighting aging and death humanity's #1 priority right now? Who thinks it is? Please raise your hand. I can't see you, but I can see some of the people on the Zoom. If you believe that it's humanity's #1 priority right now, please raise your hand. Okay, I don't see any raised hands.
People are raising their hands, but I'm not certain they are honest.
Okay, a lot are. Well, this is a bit of a trick question because it seems like it. We spend about 30 or 40% of the US federal budget on aging. We do it through Medicare, Social Security, and other costs of aging directly. So it is actually quite fair to say that humanity is fighting very, very hard, incredibly hard. So hard that maybe we could cut almost all of our income taxes if we didn't have to pay for aging. So, you know, it's commonly, I think, misunderstood that this point. The problem is not that we're fighting hard, not hard, excuse me, that we're not fighting hard. It's that we are fighting wrong. And the mainstream tells us that we're already doing our best. So in other words, what we're competing with is the fact that the sources of authority, prestige, influence in society are saying that the current system is the best we can strive for. The medical systems, the symptom suppression, essentially playing whack-a-mole with these so-called diseases of aging is the best that we can do. And so we spend all these trillions of dollars, but as probably most people who are attending this event realize, we're not getting very much bang for our buck, right? So this is fundamentally not a sensible thing to do outside of the moral question of letting people age and die. So what is vitalism and why is it necessary? The definition we use is the movement to solve aging and death through investment in science and technology. So in other words, it's a perspective about how we address this problem. And we have a discrete goal, which is getting 1% of global GDP to solve the problem. Now, many in the audience may already know that countries, for example, in Europe, many upper income countries spend about 8 to, in the US, 17% of their GDP on healthcare. And most of that so-called healthcare is actually sick care, which is all about symptom suppression and dealing with these kind of pathologies when they've already expressed themselves in an acute way. And so 1% of GDP for any specific country should actually be a no-brainer, right? You're not taking that much away. And the vitalist perspective isn't to say, okay, you know, we're just going to abandon everybody who has some pathology. Of course, that, you know, suffering matters too, and we should try to save everybody who's suffering from a pathology to the degree that we can. But we are saying that the ratio of resource allocation should not be what it is today. We're in this kind of insanity in the way that we distribute resources. And the current situation, unfortunately, is that there are almost no resources for science and technology, which is directed towards aging. There's hardly any plan or coordination. And I have to, you know, tip my hat to Ilya and Didier and folks who've been with the International Longevity Association and folks who have been trying to build up coordination. But so far, the results I would say that all of us have achieved are limited, and we need much more coordination. And so part of that is identifying each other, figuring out who wants to achieve this common goal, and aligning and having more of this cartilage to coordinate, to work together, to have a common name for what we are trying to achieve. And that's why we came up with vitalism. That was one of the principal reasons that we felt we needed a new name that people could rally around. And I'll just speak briefly to what vitalism does in a moment. So to identify one another, we created this declaration, which is a codification of the ideas that we share with many and makes it easier to find one another, right? Because as probably many of you in the audience know, the term longevity and anti-aging, both of those terms have been, let's say, taken over or corrupted by various influences, right? You meet somebody and they say they're into longevity, and then you find out that what they mean is that they take a multivitamin and they do cold plunges because they heard on Huberman that that's what they need to do, or, you know, they're following Brian Johnson's erection, and that makes them, you know, into longevity. And with anti-aging, of course, we know that we have other problems with the cosmetics industry that's, appropriated that term for their own purposes. So we needed some term which is distinct and has a meaning that can be used. Now, vitalism as a movement has a specific theory of change. The theory of change that we have is that if we coordinate, meaning more people self-identify as vitalists, help one another, elevate each other's efforts, whether they be companies, nonprofit initiatives, or others, we can actually achieve very substantial leverage economically and politically to eventually get to that 1% number of GDP. And that can happen in various ways. It could happen in getting people in positions in government, whether they be at the NIA or program directors at ARPA-H who command $100 million per tenure each. We already have a couple of vitalists in those roles, and we've only been around for a year or so. And it could also be just starting companies or other initiatives that produce goods and services, just like Starlink is a mechanism for SpaceX to reach Mars. And so we're working on these things. And of course, if anybody relates and aligns and isn't yet signed up, go to vitalism.io and just sign up with your email. It's free. Of course, you can do more than that, but you should absolutely be part of the community. Okay, so a few words briefly on some of the working groups that we have, some of the things that the community is doing in the foundation. One is looking at geo-arbitrage. So understanding how in different jurisdictions, different states, different countries, different special economic zones, we have different rules. And that means therapies can be developed, studies can be done under different timelines and regulations. Another area we're doing research in is high net worth individual psychology. So we're trying to understand the billionaire paradox. Why is it that people who are very high net worth and have nothing that they can't buy except time don't spend more energy, attention, capital into this, whether philanthropically or as an investment? To our knowledge, there's been no large-scale systematic review of this. And so, by the way, if anybody from any organization, Ilya, Didier, and others want to collaborate on this, let's talk about it. We definitely want to enhance the scope and make this to the degree that we can a public good. And then researching longevity states, so understanding how different jurisdictions might move to that 1% GDP goal, et cetera. And now I'll move to the part of my presentation, which is around data sharing. And I'll start with this. Didier mentioned Manhattan Project or Apollo program. And, the Apollo program is a great example because it was done in peace time, generally speaking, even though there was a Cold War at the time. And at the time, the US spent about 0.5% of GDP, which in today's terms would be $120 billion a year. And there were 400,000 people involved in the project. Now, I would challenge us to think, imagine if during the Apollo program, these departments, material science, propellant technologies, aerodynamics, heat shielding, et cetera, couldn't or refused to fully transparently share data with one another. Just imagine how absurd that would be. You couldn't even make the first step, let alone build a successful rocket or moon mission. And unfortunately, in many senses, I think that's where we are with our data sharing situation. There are many silos. It's very hard to gain access, et cetera. And so I'll speak about a few things today. One is encouraging open access. Another is consolidating and streamlining data sharing. And the third is decentralized data aggregation and incentives, different incentives. And with some highlight to Europe, of course. So changes in open access. Maybe an interesting place to start is that in the EU, from my research, 83% of papers are open access, whereas in the US, it's only 45 to 50%. The US is the biggest funder of biomedical research in the world, by far. And so, of course, this is the problem. But it's not just the publications that are important, but also the data. And the data is typically not shared, not to speak of the fact that researchers are not incentivized to share negative results at all. And so we have all this very useful data, which is just hiding. And I'm not even speaking about, a researcher who, for example, is doing single cell analysis or collecting different omics data, proteomics, metabolomics, et cetera, and has useful data, which could really save time for our common effort against this problem, and really has no incentive to share it right now and would never share it, partially because it might contribute to a future publication that that researcher is working on, partially for other reasons. Maybe they might want to consider spinning out an entity based on this, et cetera. There are all sorts of reasons, but those reasons become problems when we think about the general progress that we all want. One thing worth mentioning is Research Hub. I don't know if that was mentioned before. So that is a platform for to encourage open access. It's a open access publication platform. It also has a cryptographic coin. It was founded by Brian Armstrong and Patrick Joyce, and that coin now has a market cap of $53 million. I'm sure many here are aware of the crypto boom that is happening now after the recent election in the US. But the interesting thing about Research Hub is that the structure incentivizes better behaviors. So peer reviewers get paid with this coin. They have an incentive for the system to grow, because if network effects take hold, then the value of the coin will go up, which is an inherent motivation. And you can imagine that Research Hub would also incentivize people to share other things like negative data or other data, et cetera, et cetera. So you create an ecosystem, which is a positive ecosystem. Moving on, the next point here is consolidating and streamlining shared data. So that could be from biobanks, but also from other sources. So I want to mention a few points on this. So one is cataloging, and this is a problem that Vitalis Foundation would like to make progress on. We have it on our roadmap, although we haven't gotten very far yet. And the idea here is that there isn't a great resource which just simply catalogs everything that's out there in a meaningful, helpful, great UI way, which streamlines and makes it easy to engage with what is out there. And then when you dive into the different components, when you try to get data, there's the access authorization, where there are different requirements in different jurisdictions. Certainly in Europe, that's true. Finland has a big biobank. UK has a big biobank, which recently changed its regulations to much uproar, because it made the ability to download impossible and reduce the ability to analyze some of the data and use it. There was a public letter with 100 signatories about that topic. Many of you probably know. And of course, these different data sources are typically not data normalized or standardized, and sometimes they're cost to access them. Not to speak of the need for effective anonymization. So one big problem, and this is certainly true in Europe, is that there's a lot of concern around privacy. And so what a lot of this data is considered to be legally is pseudonymous, because the belief, and perhaps justifiably in most cases, is that with enough other supportive data, the people involved could actually be discovered. And so there's actually a need for some sort of anonymization protocol and system which would allay those concerns in a more effective way. And I think it's plausible to do something like that. And also referring to what was mentioned in the previous talk, I think AI could be quite useful for this, and maybe abstract or obscure some things. So those are some key factors and needs. And then I'll just mention decentralized data aggregation and incentivization. I think this is really fascinating. So the first point here is the DeSci Spring. So I suspect many here already know about VitaDAO and these other DAOs, the notion of IP NFTs, HairDAO, CryoDAO, HydraDAO. What many here may not know, or maybe do know, is that a lot of these DAOs are started by or located in Europe. And that is quite ironic, because it's a decentralized movement which has inputs from everywhere, but a lot of the key people involved in it are in fact European and operating from within Europe, which has certain bureaucratic hurdles in general. Now it's ironic because of course the US, which typically has more of a laissez-faire free market access to different health services and goods, has been so reluctant to allow crypto. And so, Europe actually has been the birthplace of I think, a lot of leadership in this. Now, a lot of these DAOs and DeSci models have some novel mechanisms that are worth mentioning. So, for example, HairDAO is a DAO to develop in a verticalized fashion hair growth products. And so they intend to develop the IP in-house based on their community and then sell those products. And one of the things that they also intend to do is compensate people in return for submitting their data after using the products. Now, I'm starting to lose my hair. I'm sure some people have either lost their hair or are losing their hair. And you may have seen these websites which always show you the positive results, but never all the rest of the results. And so one of the big things about these DAOs is that, and the culture of blockchain efforts is the transparency. And so I think we may see quite a lot more of that. But in this context, it's unfortunate to mention that there are countervailing forces which make it more difficult for individual agency and liberty around one's data. In the US, there's a challenge with EMR openness, and there's a lot of clunkiness to ask for every doctor or hospital to get your data. In Europe, you have some countries which prohibit private access to diagnostics. Everything must happen through the medical system. So this is a feature of, let's say, more of a regulatorily protective governance style, which says, okay, well, if somebody gets a genetic test, which in France you can't get without medical supervision, and in Germany and elsewhere also you need a referral from a licensed medical practitioner and maybe a consultation when you receive your genetic analysis results. Whereas in the US you can just get a whole genome sequencing basically whenever you want for a few $100s, and then you get the results and do whatever you want with them. Of course, there's a protective aspect to this for these individuals, but on the other hand, that really hampers the agency and the ability of these individuals to participate in the decentralized data sharing. And decentralized data sharing in general is just a major trend and hopefully a mechanism by which we can break through and collect data in parallel to standardizing and kind of streamlining access to more traditional data sources. One example to mention here is Biohacker DAO, which just raised about $1.3 million on a Juicebox campaign, also a crypto for its project. And there you essentially have these biohackers who who run self-experiments and then submit their data. And that data is then shared and they can be rewarded with token. But just to add one point on the private data ecosystem, I think the challenge when you think about prescriptive policy proposals is that in single payer health systems, so public healthcare, there's on the one hand a tendency to be more protective and in some sense controlling, so thereby limiting or handicapping the ability of individuals to participate in these kind of data ecosystems. And on the other hand, even if there isn't an explicit initiative of that type, which hampers people's ability to get their data, or to initiate certain tests on their own, there's a problem in the incentive structure for private ecosystems. So, I have many friends in Germany, and in Germany, many people would never consider going and paying for a blood test because they expect everything to be free. And so their immediate thought is, well, I can just get something from my doctor, but they would never consider that, what the doctor is prescribing them may not actually be the latest and greatest in what is possible in terms of biomarkers, even for, things like more detailed lipid panels and other things like that, which in many countries in Europe, you do need a referral or a prescription to get. And that may not be easy because the doctor who is trying to, protect the national treasury in a way, of course, that's not their direct motivation, but will be hesitant to prescribe something unless there is what they believe a medical need. And the medical need, unfortunately, because the entire world is trapped in a sick care construct, is related to an acute situation. And so because of that, it's very hard sometimes to get some of these referrals, and that really reduces access to data. So one important thing that could be changed is having a bit of a liberalization where each jurisdiction does make it possible for individuals to get these tests, and opens the market and maybe encourages some private innovation in these spaces so that companies can emerge that are offering more data and giving more license and agency to individuals, because individuals, if they had more optionality on the market, I believe would get more diagnostics and would also share their data and create a more vibrant and I think evolving ecosystem. So that's the final thing on that. I'll just mention an event that we're running very briefly. So next April and May, we're creating a longevity zone, which is the biggest and first of the first zone of its kind, and the biggest event that we believe has ever been in the Bay Area, maybe in the world. It's essentially a 2-month long event where every vector associated with longevity is going to converge. During those 8 weeks, there'll be a place where there'll be around 70 permanent residents and up to 1,000 people per conference and thematic week. And there are these themes that you see on the slide that cover everything from DeSci network states to longevity science to what you can do in the here and now, clinics and health optimization, frontier technologies, AI and biology, which of course the Bay Area is perfect for, investors and startups, and advocacy and policy. And the reason I mention this is because I do think that we're at an inflection point where these topics are starting to converge and there's more awareness, and it's a big opportunity to get leverage from that. And that's it for me. Just as a conclusion, if you're interested in what Vitalism is up to and you align, please sign up. If you'd like to come to the event, go to vitalisbay.com. And I'd be happy to answer and discuss any of these topics. And feel free to reach out directly to me at adam@vitalism.io. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Adam, for this lecture. And I open up for questions. Are there any questions in the room? Nobody? Oh, wait.
Adam, what help are you particularly hoping that people will give you to grow the Vitalist community and make it have more impact?
Yeah, what would help me grow? Was that the question?
Yes.
I'll come closer to the mic. Yeah, Adam, what do you hope people will be able to give you that will allow you to grow the Vitalist movement more and to have more impact and the goals you've got in mind? What are you looking for?
Yeah, thank you. So I think there are 2 key levers right now. One is capital. So of course, any donation or anybody who signs up to be a active member, which we call Mobilized Vitalists, there are some dues, because we've always wanted to be financially independent. So we don't want to rely on donations, but of course, donations are a very strong lever. So if anybody is interested in this and wants to support any of these efforts that we work on, that can be done on the website or reach out to me directly. And no less importantly, skilled people who want to either join the team or help lead one of the initiatives that we have working, or who want to contribute in a specific vector. So, for example, recently we had somebody join who is helping with PR and marketing and communications, who this person has done campaigns for Estee Lauder and top brands worldwide. And she's been incredibly helpful. If people have distinct skills that they would like to contribute, either voluntarily or, for some compensation, although we're not very wealthy, so it would be limited, then that would also be very relevant.
Okay, Didier?
Yeah, thank you, Adam. I have, like always, quite a few questions, but I will only ask you one at the moment. So for you, like for me, publication of negative results, let's say to be simple, is very important. I speak always about negative results, but actually there is also, let's say, the non-useful results for the people who are doing the test. So yeah, theoretically, at least at the European level, the law is pretty good on this, but the application is pretty bad. Theoretically, there is this famous website, clinical.org, I think, that's kind of also compulsory for all clinical trials, and it seems to work good. But since practically, yeah, there are still things that you discover or that people tell you, and they tell you, but I cannot speak about this. But okay, my question to you is: you are kind of a lot of favor of let's say startups and private initiatives, but how do you expect to oblige or to push to have that's what maybe I didn't get it. So what's your way to arrive to this goal?
Yeah. Well, actually, that brings up two lenses. So thank you. One is certainly government is really important, and I think the example of 83% of EU grants actually ending up in publications that are open access versus about half of that in the US is a great demonstration of positive regulation. And so you can imagine potentially a better incentive structure in the way the EU process is carried out to incentivize sharing more data and more negative results. And so that could be certainly part of the system. And so how could we achieve that? I mean, from a political perspective, we could try to get people into the European Parliament. We could try to get people into legislative branches. That's one of the things that we also do at Vitalis Foundation. We have analysis of these different jurisdictions and electoral opportunities and try to identify where there might be, let's say, aligned politicians. And by the way, this is also an issue. There is no organization that I'm aware of, and this is one of the things on our roadmap, that has done a wide survey of politicians in office to understand how open-minded they may be to these kind of ideas, to understand, because, you know, you can get somebody in office, but it might be a lot easier to convince somebody who's already in office to adopt some of your ideas as part of the platform that they have. And so that's I know that's not a direct answer to the question around the private ecosystem, but I'll speak to that next. So when we think about the private ecosystem, I look more at these DAOs as examples. Some of them are, most of them are nonprofit, but there are also for-profit crypto initiatives like this. And there are companies that make data available to individuals, but also collect large amounts of data. So to give an example, in the US and now also in Europe, there's a growing trend of these blood testing companies. So, typically when you go and do an annual physical, you may get, 20, 30 biomarkers tested. These companies, there's one in Germany, I forget the name, and there's one in the US that got very big recently, Function Health, that just raised about $50 million. They'll give you 100 indicators. And they also allow upgrading and getting additional tests like GRAIL, the cancer tests, and other liquid biopsies and other tests. And many people do upgrade and get this. So, there is certainly a trend all over the world around people taking more initiative, certainly as the population also grows older and there's more visibility to this with people like Peter Attia, Andrew Huberman, and many other influencers. And so I see an important role for some of these companies. And then the question will become, okay, to what degree is the data that these companies collecting going to be of public benefit or of innovation benefit, and not just locked up in those companies? And there, I wonder if there's a role for maybe either some type of regulation or just some type of advocacy where we try to influence more of these organizations to share their data and figure out ways to incentivize them to do that, to anonymize, to provide a greater value. So I don't know if that answers the questions fully, but those are some thoughts.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions? Okay, then we move on. Thank you very much, Adam. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right.
So the next speaker is Dr. Ilya Stambler. Ilya Stambler is a leading advocate for aging and longevity research. He serves as the Chief Science Officer and Chairman of VITEC and is a board member of the International Longevity Alliance. With a PhD in the social implications of life extension, his works includes pioneering mathematical models for aging-related diseases. Ilya is the author of influential books and actively promotes longevity research through initiatives like Longevity for All. His contribution to build a global longevity community by connecting the various local longevity organizations together cannot be overstated. His dedication to the multidisciplinary approaches ensures that science and society align in addressing aging challenges. In his talk, he will highlight the role of AI in longevity with a particular focus on the situation in Israel. Thank you very much, and I give the word to Ilya.
Thank you very much, Sven. It is a pleasure to be here. You know, the last time I was in presence at Eurosymposium Health Aging was 2012, where pretty much a lot of the longevity movement started with our joining of forces. And yes, my focus is on activism, but also involved in the research. I have over 70 academic papers, book chapters, articles, 2 books. And you consider part of it concerns, as you mentioned, attempts at mathematical modeling of aging-related diseases. I'm not a mathematician, not a data scientist, not a programmer, but I have some vision, some common sense, and I cooperate with data scientists, with programmers, especially with Dr. David Bloch. And together we co-authored about 15 papers on computational biology and medicine of aging. I'll touch more on this research. And also recently we published, this book, AI for Health Longevity, Artificial Intelligence for Health Longevity, where I was quite helpful in making sure this book is published and not buried somewhere. So also very proud of it. The co-editors were, let's say, Moskalov and Alex Zhavrenkov. So I tried to do my best to advance this area of research as well. And that's how I earned my place here at this conference. But once again, I'm not a mathematician. I was responsible for biological interpretation for the general overview and promotion. So first, let me start. Why do we even need AI for health longevity? In this audience, there's no need to explain that aging is the main underlying cause or risk factor or disease itself that brings about most of ill health in the world. So if we are really serious about prevention, about extending health longevity, we have to fight aging as a main factor. That's the axiom, the main premise of geroscience, of longevity medicine, of our whole movement. And I'm happy that also through our advocacy, and many people here were involved, Sven and Didier, we were actually able to include aging as a medical condition and into the ICD, not as a disease per se, but people still afraid of semantics, but as a causality category, as an aging-related code, and as a general symptomatics category. The aging-associated decline in intrinsic capacity, much of it was done thanks to also our advocacy, specifically of International Longevity Alliance, or Gerontology Research Foundation. Myself personally went with this issue to the Israeli government in 2012 and asked, wrote a letter to all the 120 members of Knesset, asked that aging is recognized as a disease. So we've been all fighting for this. And now it's in the ICD, in International Classification of Diseases.
Ilya, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, sorry, 1 second. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah. Can you wait for a second? I think we have some issue with the Zoom online. Just a pause for 1 second. We will quickly check and I will give you the cue to start again.
Yeah,
Sorry.
okay.
We will just start Zoom again. Thank you.
Right.
Can you go for the
Ilya, can
YouTube?
you
I don't
hear us
it's
now?
still working or not.
I can hear you always. You know,
Okay.
where did I stop? Where should I go?
We did not hear anything about the ICD-11 for mortality slide.
All right. So I go
Just,
back.
wait, just 1 or 2 minutes more because I don't know if it is online or not. You see it when I was giving the YouTube link online. Can you check on it?
I'm checking right now. Let me see.
Try just 1 minute more.
Can you still try to?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see my slide, and
Okay.
so it should be good.
Online. Yeah.
Yeah, I see it and I hear you.
Yep. Next one is
Now, let's see.
yes. Where is your?
Yeah,
Where is
it's on
your?
YouTube. It's showing we're talking on YouTube, so it's good.
We have to find where is the.
Just lift it and see.
Okay. Continue to speak.
All right. So the point I was making, you know, it's a common position of the entire longevity movement. I would say that if we really want to extend healthy life, to fight pretty much all the diseases, to fight mortality, to fight death, we have to address aging as a medical condition. And I'm happy to say that also thanks to our advocacy of our organizations like International Longevity Alliance, Biogerontology Research Foundation, also the work of many people here, Sven and Didier and others, aging is now included in the International Classification of Diseases as 2 types of categories, as a causality, as an etiology, the so-called aging-related code, and as a symptomatics category, the so-called aging-associated decline in intrinsic capacity. Yes, aging is now recognized as some kind of medical condition, not as a disease, because people still afraid of semantics, but you know, we can address aging now, and that's also part of our advocacy. Also from Israel, I wrote to all the 120 members of Knesset back in 2012 and requested that aging be recognized as a medical condition. Maybe also mute, I don't know, some noises. You know, and then all together through all our joint efforts, it's there. And why, you know, even though it's in the ICD-11, why don't we have a massive influx of anti-aging testing, you know, and anti-aging therapies, you know, because the argument was if we recognize aging as a medical condition, you know, it will open the gates of heaven for the anti-aging industry. It didn't happen so far. Why? Even though we have all those proofs of feasibility, all the famous classifications of aging processes and proofs that we can intervene in this aging process, such as strategies for engineering negligible senescence. And after that, the hallmarks of aging, the most cited paper in biology of aging, and also the NIH pillars of aging. They all have the same idea that yes, there are certain major aging process that we can intervene into and extend healthy life, and there are proofs of feasibility for every one of them at the animal models and also some human trials. So how come we were not moving into the massive clinical testing of anti-aging? And I would argue that part of the problem is that we don't have reliable metrics of aging. We very simply don't know how to diagnose aging, how to measure, first of all, aging as a process or as a state, as a predictor of aging-related ill health, and also as a measure of effectiveness and safety of supposed anti-aging treatments. Obviously, everything changes with age. Absolutely every parameter in biology changes. So basically, everything can be a biomarker of aging. So once again, we get to the problem of complexity, but also the problem of selecting what biomarkers are actually useful in economic terms, in medical terms, what are the most informative predictive biomarkers, but also what are the most economical biomarkers. Obviously, we cannot measure all the reactions in the human body for all of their lives, so that should be economical. And we still don't have such agreed metrics that would be evidence-based. And I argue that a major part of this problem why we can't proceed toward massive anti-aging testing and treatment. And that's also a problem of regulation. You know, many people are scared of the very word regulation, you know, all kinds of association with bureaucracy, right? But we need some basic common principles. How do we measure aging? How do we measure its predictive capacity, you know, to predict disease? And also, how do we measure the anti-aging treatments effectiveness? It's needed for two reasons. Basically, we need to encourage the treatments that do work, and we need to, you know, kind of filter out the snake oil treatments that don't work and may never work. You know, as an historian of the field, I can tell you, and you probably know as well, that, you know, there was no shortage of snake oil remedies that promised amazing results. But you know, all of them failed simply because we didn't have a way to measure the effects. You know, we can promise anything, but you actually have to show some metrics that show that it's working. Here's where I believe the question of computation, the question of artificial intelligence comes in establishing those evaluation criteria for aging, both as a diagnosis as an evaluation of therapy. And it's not an easy task, absolutely not an easy task. There are many confounding factors. I published back in 2017 a paper recognizing degenerative aging as a treatable medical condition, which includes some of the cans of worms that we need to open and deal with in developing evaluation criteria for aging, which includes the basic clarity of definition. Can you believe it? We don't have the basic definition of aging in clinical terms. You know, is it a syndrome, the polysyndrome, risk factor, underlying cause? Is it a process, is it a state? We don't have the most basic agreed definitions. And there are also the multiple confounding factors. The problem of translatability from animal models to humans. The long-term consideration, obviously, things that work now may not work for the long term. We still need to show that certain treatments work on older persons. We all talk about prevention. You know, anti-aging is preventive treatment, and it would be great for the economy, etc. But you know, how do you show that these treatments that are given young age are actually beneficial for old age? You cannot wait for decades. And if you rely solely on biomarkers, you know, there's also no guarantee that you'll have any benefits. So huge the battery of cans of worms that we have to deal with, but we have to deal with them. We have to encourage this discussion also through consultations like this. And in this regard, also the complexities of AI come in. You know, AI was supposed to help us calculate all those evaluation criteria, you know, help us develop the metrics. But in addition to the uncertainties that I mentioned earlier, there are also many uncertainties with the use of AI. So sorry if I'm raining on anybody's parade or reducing anybody's will for optimism. But you know, I personally would take many of the AI promises with a large grain of salt, at least at this point. We all know, you know, how can we rely, for example, how can we rely on artificial intelligence when the doctors are incompetent, cannot interpret them? What is even AI? How can we speak about AI without understanding the real intelligence? You know, usually artificial intelligence is something that mimics emulates some real phenomena. We don't really have a good idea what real intelligence is. So how can we speak about artificial intelligence? That means is right now the definition of operational. So these uncertainties are serious and need to be taken into consideration. And also, in basic practical terms, when we try to develop metrics of aging, and this is also the topic we developed with my colleague David Bloch. That's mainly his wisdom, but I mainly concur with him. Is there are many problems with artificial intelligence that can put the results in question. For example, AI, what we understand is AI, like machine learning and neural networks, deep learning. They're mostly ad hoc algorithms. Basically, they're heuristic. So if they were trained, if they work in a certain data set, there's no guarantee that they will work on another data set. If there's no thorough standardization, if we are not sure that the equipment produce exactly the same measurements as in the other data set. So all this can put the validity of this algorithm in question. And also there are other problems that the deep learning cannot probably may have difficult to solve. For example, the problem of non-linearity. Also, Georg mentioned the problem of synergy. It could be negative and positive. Some treatments can combine to produce a better effect. That's also what Aubrey is now doing or trying to do with his four-pronged intervention. But some combinations can actually produce negative effect, the effects of polypharmacy. And the measures of information theory can provide some solutions for that. For example, normalized mutual information that can actually evaluate the correlation between multiple causative factors and multiple results, which could be multiple diseases, and also show synergistic or non-linear results, the cumulative results. Basically, when the sum is greater than with the whole greater than the sum of parts. Basically, if you have a combination of two interventions, you can have a result that's greater than each intervention separately, but you can also have a diminished results. This is allowed by the tools of information theory. Also, it allows to establish nonlinear correlations. Most correlations, if you read most of the papers in biology, they all use linear correlation coefficient, linear regression. But in life, in biology, processes are usually nonlinear. In here also, information theory allows a solution. It does not require linearity, does not assume a Gaussian distribution. And so basically it can use any type of data. You mentioned interoperability. So information theory could help interoperability because it can use any type of data, rated data, continuous data, binary data, discrete data, and also it is measured like normalized mutual information. It's it doesn't have dimensions, so it can be used in any type of data with any dimension. So all this advantages of information theory that we try to promote by our research, and also basically what's AI. Basically, the goal is pattern recognition. So we use this metrics to predict diseases, to predict patterns of disease. So that's our contribution, our brick in the wall of aging research. It's there, it's published. Everybody's welcome to take it on board. For me, this direction of research pretty much stopped at the moment. There's so much time and effort I can dedicate to it without any funding, and also my colleague. Another reason why this pretty much stopped for me was that our main programmer, Joseph Gittarz is his name. He was pretty much responsible for the programming of all those models. He was killed in Gaza in battle. Brilliant young scientist, a great promise. He was killed. Now we are trying to establish a foundation. His name, but in terms of computation, it stopped. But what I'm saying is that even though I'm pretty much out of it, but it shows you it's an indication that it's not so simple with the use of AI. there are many underlying stones and underwater stones that can shipwreck any attempt of using AI. And also based on our research and also based on combining with other research, we published this book, Artificial Intelligence for Health Longevity. Once again, I hope that this book is actually published, not discarded. There was a chance of that, and it includes the main topics like biomarkers of aging, use of AI for biomarkers development, also some perspectives and challenges like quality of data sharing, and it also includes our chapter. Pretty much what I said earlier is in our chapter. Welcome to read it. I can even send it to you. You don't have to read it now. Just listen to me. Just to say that all I'm presenting now is on record. It's written black on white, and all those problems with AI that we mentioned directly. That we cannot speak, probably difficulty speaking about artificial intelligence. We don't know what real intelligence is. And we need theory-based methods, like we're speaking about information theory, but deep learning and neural networks are not theory-based, and some people don't even understand the difference between operational approaches and theory-based approaches. It's like in the past, we built carriages without knowing the laws of Newton, but, with the laws of Newton, with the theoretical basis, we suddenly started to develop cars and went to space. So theory has advantages, but most approaches don't even realize the importance of theory-based approaches. And the other advantages that information theory can provide, like evaluating synergistic effects, interoperability, nonlinear relations. So all this is now a chapter. Welcome to read. And I'm coming to Israel. I don't know how much time I still have, but very quickly coming to Israel. I'm from Israel, so all this that I'm reporting now is from Israel. But more generally, the situation in Israel, that Israel has a huge treasure trove of data. Israeli health maintenance systems, HMOs, which we have 4, Clalit, Leumit, Meochedet, Maccabi. They have massive amount of data, electronic data, because Israel was probably one of the first to use electronic medical records since the 80s. So here we have medical data on people for over 40 years, which is unprecedented to establish longitudinal relations. Very important. Many studies of biomarkers are correlational. In the same time. You compare old people with young people, but here in Israel, you can have longitudinal data, longitudinal analysis on the same people, how they change with time. Didier, you mentioned TAME. Basically, we don't need TAME. We don't need this study to estimate the effect of metformin on 3,000 people. We have all those data in the Israeli medical records. Millions of people received the metformin. We can do any correlations you need. All this data is there. So that's the big advantage of Israel in terms of and health data, and there are already emerging some attempts to do exactly this kind of longitudinal studies to establish biomarkers of aging. I wouldn't say they're very useful, but at least they're emerging. But still, there's a problem of data sharing. There's a problem of data sharing. Let me tell you also a personal story from personal experience. Back in 2016, we wanted to establish a Israel National Registry on aging, all the kinds of data of the Ministry of Health in relation to aging that you could find, and then went for it. But then there started problems with data sharing. On the one hand, the Ministry of Health wanted to take all the algorithms from the researchers and use them any way they want. On the other hand, they weren't willing to actually allow them to download the data. So the human nature, take as much as you can, and give as little as you can. And in the end, it didn't go through. But and also, every HMO, health maintenance organization, wants to keep the data for themselves, to publish paper, to get more grants, more prestige. So there's just the simple human unwillingness to share data. But we have to somehow overcome it to convince people that it's not easy. You know, it's easier said than done. Still, the effort, there was recently established the so-called Mosaic project that is supposed to coordinate all the sources of medical data in Israel. That's the recent paper in Nature of Aging. Once again, I wouldn't say it's very useful. For example, they try to distinguish between aging and disease. You know, it's like it's two separate entities, but you know, at least there's some start on this activity. And you know, as an activist, as advocate, what I can do is I can try to influence policy. Once again, encourage the discussion of regulation of policy. And for example, we were able to include the topic of health and longevity, research, development, education into the Israel National Master Plan on Aging. It was published in 2019, and one of the major topics there was developing evidence-based metrics of aging, exactly for that purpose. And practically what we did, we helped also through this programmatic document, we helped to issue calls for research proposals within Israel and also in cooperation between Israel and other countries, like the BioRx Aging Program, the Britain-Israel Research and Academic Exchange on Aging, where I wrote the call for research proposals. And we put there also a very clear emphasis on developing metrics of aging, including AI. So I believe, at least for us as activists, calls for proposals is the way to go. You know, just issue some funding for researchers to compete, let all the flowers bloom with the right emphasis, not rely on your project or on somebody else's project, but, you know, help the entire ecosystem develop. I believe that's what we can do as activists, as advocates in Israel, at the European level. As you know, Israel is a full partner in all European research and development projects. You know, it's called a partner state in EU, so anything can be done that can be done in EU can be done in Israel or in cooperation with Israel. So that's how we want to advance it. And you know, practically, I told everybody already that we're trying to find matching for another binational international program with Israel. Part of the funding is from the Ministry of Science, and we're looking for the other part. So there you can also build in all the emphasis you want to build in on AI, on data sharing, on openness. You know, I believe calls for research proposals is a very effective way to encourage the longevity field. And of course, we should not forget that, you know, Israel is a part of the Middle East. You know, it doesn't feel like this right now when we have hundreds of rockets showering on us. I hope there isn't an alarm right now that they have to stop this talk. But, you know, generally we're part of the Middle East, and the Abrahamic Accords are still in the working. The moment it stops, you know, I believe it should stop in a few months at least. We can renew the cooperation with the region. Obviously, the countries like United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia have much more resources for this, and they already started programs. You can see, for example, in silico medicine, already actively cooperating there, and many people, you know, like Victor also went there and were impressed what they can do. Evolution, of course, also has a strong emphasis, and I hope you know, when the situation improves with our conditions, we can cooperate and really create a massive synergy. You know, I even wrote a paper about 10 years ago, The Pursuit of Longevity, the Bringer of Peace to the Middle East. Not exactly AI, but I believe that, you know, longevity is one thing that can promote peace in the region. Also computation tool, and of course this can be scaled up to any dimensions because it relates to everybody. So that's what I wanted to share with you. Happy if there are any questions.
Sorry? Oh, thank you again for your lecture. Are there any questions in the room? No questions in the room? Nobody? And online, are there any questions? I don't see anyone raising their hands. No? Did you? Okay.
Everybody agrees with everything. That's good.
Yeah.
And
Hello,
if you have funding for the matching, let's do.
Hello, Ilya. Yeah, thank you for this speech. I had a kind of a very concrete question about how is it functioning in Israel for the, do you have the same, more or less the same laws concerning exchange of health data? And do you have a central system? And maybe as far as you know, the same question for Lebanon and Jordani, and maybe of other countries in the region. Are there places where it is already possible to have access to most of health data through a central system? And where I would say it is easier to share or less easy to share health data?
Yeah. So in my experience, I didn't dive into all the legal documents. Sorry about that. Didn't have time. But in my experience, I've been around. In my experience, there may be some documents, some legislations that allow or don't allow. They're probably the same in Israel as in Europe. But in practice, what happens is that whoever has the data keeps it. For example, in Israel, if it's HMO, Health Maintenance Organization, they keep it. They publish paper with it. And if the Minister of Health comes to them and asks for the data, that's a negotiation. The data now is the new type of gold. So basically, we start the negotiation. You give us this data, we give us that data. So basically, if you are in the system, if you work in this HMOs or in the industry, in the ministry, and in hospital system, you can access data. For example, there is a separate database for example, for geriatric and psychiatric hospitals in Israel. A huge database, data on millions of people. So if you work in the system, like I did a couple of years ago, I was head of research in a geriatric hospital, so I could access this system. Also, I don't have to go into bureaucratic details how to do this. Huge piles of papers you have to fill in, why and how and what, and then Helsinki Declaration and everything. It will take you a year to get access to data. So that's how it works in practice. In terms of legislation, it's maybe a different story, but at least in terms of practice, that's how it works. It's a bargaining. It's who you know. But of course, we need to how you solve it. You actually need to convince people to actually share data. That's how it works in practice.
Thank you very much, Jan. No further questions? Okay, then we are having a break now of about 9 minutes to be precise, and we would like to take a photograph of the whole group together now. I don't know where we best do that.
In the ground.
Or Ilya can of course join us, yes.
And we need to manage.
Stay there.
We need to manage.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I always bring
I think I switched off that volume now.
Yeah, so normally you are the only person with the speaker on.
My friend was very But the whole branch is
But there's two stars to those guys, so it's.
yeah. The whole branch is changed in the sense that there is not anymore the sense of that you adapt to the need of the guy who comes in. So eventually you don't have what she asks for, trying to adapt. It's just they have to say so and so and so and so and so. I think it's really unbelievable how without any charm, it can be charm. I have a glass of water.
They found the very bad doctor. Yes, very bad. Because Uncle wanted to try, I couldn't because I was the fight. Then we told them like 1/4 and 2 persons because we have 2 persons. But you know, we only have to have one place per person. Okay, then bring for him. No, we can't do that. And I said, okay, then we order drinks for 2 people. No, you still have to have a plate. We got to start
In dessert.
Maybe
from when?
wait,
No, they want to see the.
1 second.
It's really.
Now you're on mute. I think I hear myself.
Testing, testing.
I will just put a question in the chat if people can hear it properly.
Testing, testing.
When can you ask Divya to let me start? He wants that we start. Oh, and then we have the very, very. Or do you?
Two minutes.
Testing, testing.
Yes, we hear.
A nice
We hear David.
structure. So my question is, is it normal that it will be like so you have just agents? Can I have the coding for examples router tools? Yeah, because I have just agents dash. And now I have.
What did you say? Why did you make it here?
Because I had issues with publishing.
I need to make this the instruction as well. First thing you can make is a tram, 82, and it will make you reach.
Because I have three tickets, I can.
So this tram is the first. The first tram. And what else is the bus?
Seems like the ticket is going to be.
It's every 4 minutes, but it's they said this bus is on 3. That's, and no, but first question is when is your flight? I'm checking. No, yeah. I remember.
Yeah. Now. So I'm just talking about.
But I think normally Flipco is a bus ticket.
Yeah, so we're taking it from. That's the idea. Because it goes from Santa vice versa. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I finally this. So it depends. 855 from so you have to read at least
Information.
Yeah. And I think it's 30 minutes. What?
The stage.
Then I will say after you 4. I thought, oh, they have like express ones for the. Yeah, so then you have to take at least the one which means that it's like 5:30 in fact.
This machine is rebooting again.
So.
It's not necessary.
Connected David's laptop, so.
Okay, what's happened? I mean.
Maybe the work he did.
Oh, it's back.
What?
Yeah, can you check if the base is hot? For your laptop?
The laptop, because mine went out because it overheated in what?
No, not so much. I don't know.
I think today you can bring the laptop here. for me.
Yeah, but I mean, you know how
connected.
to let people speak from your mic? You know, you have to put the mic. No, I mean.
My laptop is very loud.
Yeah, but, yeah, but, yeah, very loud, yeah, so it should be okay, you're right, it should be okay. If your laptop is very loud, yeah, why, we can hear here, and, it's recording, and can you check if the recording is still working?
Yeah, it's working.
It's working, okay, so this is a computer for civil servant, you know, it doesn't allow to work more than a few hours a day. Okay, joke, but still I don't understand.
Okay, everyone, let's get started again with the afternoon second session with our first speaker of the second session, David Wood. David Wood is a mathematician turned futurist who brings decades of experience from the smartphone industry to exploring radical technological transformations. He received his master's in mathematics and did postgraduate research in philosophy of science, both at Cambridge University. With a rich background in innovation, David continues to inspire through his insights into the evolving interplay of technology and society. It's impossible to list all his accolades here, but some notable ones include he serves as the chair of the London Futurists, is a global AI ambassador for Swiss Cognitive, an advisor to Consume, and is also the executive director of Longevity Escape Velocity Foundation. Today, David will ask the critical question, is AI all we need to solve aging? And I'm really curious to hear his thoughts. Thank you, and I give the word to David.
Thank you, Sven, and thanks to the organizers of what's been a very interesting meeting. There's been lots of good talks, but in some ways I'm going to be a bit bold, a bit ambitious, and maybe 5 aspects of my talk I might cause you to say, what's he talking about? You may say I'm a bit naive, you may say I'm a bit foolish, but hopefully at least you'll think this is interesting. So the first of these 5 aspects, let's just look at the name of this event, healthy aging. I'm not really interested in healthy aging, I have to confess that. Healthy aging is quite useful. I'm interested in solving aging completely. I don't want just to give people a few more years of being healthy before they grow decrepit. I want to solve aging completely so that by a whole bunch of rejuvenation treatments, we will be able to soar off with escape velocity away altogether from the downward pool of aging. And hence my title, Solving Aging. Is AI all we need? And by that phrase, AI is all we need, I'm echoing a few famous claims throughout history. For example, in July 1967, one of my favorite pop groups sang All You Need Is Love. It turned out that singing All You Need Is Love wasn't quite enough to build a world of peace and love. That was great music, but maybe it wasn't sufficient philosophy. Almost exactly 50 years later, that phrase was almost repeated in this publication, Attention is All You Need, a publication which most people didn't know about for a while. All these Google engineers put their brains together and they said, maybe there's something called a transformer, they named it, which might be sufficient to do AI better. And Google wasn't particularly interested, and most other people weren't particularly interested, but A small team in OpenAI tried it, and they came up with some weird thing called GPT-2 and then GPT-3, which made some people pay attention. I wrote about GPT-3 in my book at the time, said pay attention to this. And then ChatGPT came out, and the whole world said, oh my goodness, this might be a really big change. And so we all know now about generative AI. And the question is attention all we need to get to? Artificial general intelligence. Love is all you need. Attention is all you need. Scale is all you need. This is the idea now that if you have this transformers and you feed it more and more data, as this AI commentator David Friedman says, is scale all you need? Are larger models all you need to get to this much more powerful, much more general forms of AI? And what's in this picture that his AI dreamt up? I see it as an all-wise AGI emerging from a huge ocean of data. You can see all this data at the bottom here. So, love is all you need. Attention is all you need. Scale is all you need. What do I practically mean by this claim? So this is my second audacious, bold, maybe foolish idea, to research the idea that if we really want to solve aging, if we want to get off to escape velocity, we should prioritize the acceleration and study of AI. Maybe stop studying biology, maybe switch into the field of AI. And if we have any loose change, if we have any investments to make, don't bother investing in any of these medical startups. Invest instead in AI. That is the claim I want to look at. And who made that kind of idea credible? This person. I wonder if you recognize who this is. He might in a few years' time be the most important man in the world. Even more important than Elon Musk. Any takers who this is? Demis, yes, this is Demis Hassabis, who nearly 10 years ago wasn't very well known. His company DeepMind had just been bought by Google, and people were saying, why is Google interested in this weird British startup? And Demis came to Cambridge in February 2015. He spoke to QTech, Cambridge University Technology and Entrepreneurs Club. A few months after I spoke there, so my talk hasn't gone down in history in quite the same way. And he said there, if you want to know about DeepMind, here's our mission. Number one, fundamentally solve intelligence. Number two, use intelligence, harness it to solve everything else. Climate change, cancer, aging, so forth. So that's what he said nearly 10 years ago. How did people react nearly 10 years ago? There is a Reddit thread you can still find on Reddit Singularity. Quite a few people have deleted their comments by now because maybe they felt they were a bit foolish, but some people have left their comments behind. What do you think the geniuses on Reddit, the armchair philosophers, the know-nothing skeptics thought about this? One said, for flip's sake, that's a poor mission statement for a company. Another one was a bit more detailed. This is ridiculous, poorly defined goals. If you ask any expert on deep learning, they're going to tell you this is nonsense. We're nowhere close to solving intelligence. Even if we do use deep networks, that's just a fad. It's never going to amount to anything. Somebody else said, we don't even have a definition of intelligence. How can we talk about recreating it? 10 years later, Demis is in the middle there of the group who won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry by applying the intelligence of his company to solve a fundamental, deep, intractable problem in chemistry, figuring out how proteins folded. He didn't win it alone. You can see here co-winner David Baker from the University of Washington. I'll bring him back later in my presentation for his comments as well. So who would bet against Demis Hassabis? Who's this guy? Can you take us on who this is? This might be the person.
Founder of Anthropic.
Founder of Anthropic, top of the class there. That's Dario Amodei, who might get to AGI before DeepMind and before OpenAI, perhaps. He recently released a very interesting essay, Machines of Loving Grace. And one thing he said in that essay is, my basic prediction is that AI-enabled biology and medicine will allow us to compress progress that human biologists would have achieved over the next 50 to 100 years, that can be compressed into just 5 to 10 years. Wow, that would be good, isn't it? Instead of having to wait 50 to 100 years to solve aging, which most people say might be possible, we can do it in 5 to 10 years. And does this guy know anything about medicine? Does he know anything about biophysics? Isn't he just a weird AI guy?
He knows it. Biophysics.
His PhD was in biophysics at Princeton, where he was a fellow because he was so clever. And then he did postdoctoral scholarship in the Stanford University School of Medicine before he became an AI specialist, before he joined Google's team for a while. Then he joined OpenAI, and he was a lead in the team that created GPT-2 and GPT-3. And then he got fed up with Sam Altman and the other management of OpenAI and said these guys are dangerous, so he went and founded Anthropic to make superintelligence in a safe way. So who's going to bet against these two? Shouldn't we take this idea? Let's do our best to create a machine of loving grace, a friendly, godlike superintelligence that will solve aging on our behalf. It will just look at all the data and it will figure out, you humans, this is what you need to solve aging. Shouldn't we then, if we want to reach escape velocity, shouldn't we, as I said, prioritize the study of AI and channel all our funds into AI startups? Maybe join Anthropic, maybe join Google DeepMind. My answer, this is my third outrageous claim, no, that's not what we should all be doing. And there are two reasons I'm going to offer for that, which we should get to shortly. But I need to step back a little bit, define my terms a little bit. There are three questions that arise when you claim you're interested in solving aging. Some people ask why. When I posted on social media I was going to give a talk about solving aging, I certainly got people saying, why are you doing that? There's an answer. Well, if you're thinking about cancer and you want to solve that, if you think about malaria and want to solve that, if you think about COVID and want to solve that, the answer in all cases is the same. These things, all three things, no, all four things, all destroy vitality, they destroy freedom, they destroy people's potential. And if we want to promote vitality, if we want to promote the possibility of sustainable superabundance, we need to tackle all these things. And since aging has such a large numerical impact, of course we're interested. And in another audience, I would spend maybe 10, 15 minutes on this point. But for now, I'm going to look instead at the two other questions which deserve a bit more attention. What is meant by solving aging? Because just as 10 years ago when Demis Hassabis said he was going to solve intelligence and all the clever people said, well, we don't know what intelligence is, how can you possibly solve it? Many aging researchers, especially some academics, they like to show off how clever they are and say, we don't understand aging at all. I disagree. So I'm going to say what solving aging means, and then how do we solve it? With AI, yes, but as I've said, it's not all we need. So what is aging? I claim it's quite clear what it is and what solving it would mean. Here's a chart along the top, chronological age, the horizontal axis, all the way from 1 to 101. Vertically is what's our probability at that age to die in the next 12 months. These are figures from the UK, but similar figures apply throughout the rest of the world. When you're young at 10 years old, there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance you'll die in the next year. By the time you've reached 35, there's a 1 in 1,000 chance, another 25 years, another tenfold increase, another 25 years, by the time we're 85, there's another tenfold likelihood we're going to die. If you go up another 25 years, to 110, there's almost a certainty you're going to die in the next year. The curve actually tips off a little bit. This has been well known for nearly 200 years now. It's Gompertz's law of exponentially increasing mortality, which you can express in many ways. That's the reality of biological aging. And if we want to solve biological aging, what's that curve going to look like instead? We solve biological aging, the curve is going to come down here and then go along horizontal. We will have the same probability to die, maybe 1 in 10,000 throughout our lives. And if you do the maths, it means we can expect to live 10,000 years. Of course, many other things may happen in that 10,000 year period. So that's what's meant by solving aging. But some people say this is just a pipe dream, this never happens. Well, it does happen for some animals. They have a stable mortality curve. This was, for example, research from Calico of Google a few years ago. They said, let's compare the mortality curve with age for different animals. Humans, exponential increase, mouse exponential increase, horse at the bottom exponential increase. But there are some species, such as the naked mole rat on the top, which has basically got a flat mortality curve. But there's this naked mole rat, won't win prizes as the most handsome of animals, but it may win the prize as a very interesting animal for all kinds of ways. And if you combine them, here it is. It's an example of an animal with negligible senescence. And by the way, there are lots of animals with negligible senescence, as shown in Didier's charts earlier. Hence, the title of this article, Naked Mole Rat Mortality Defies Gompertz Law. So how can we also defy the Gompertz Law? What are creatures like this doing that we humans don't? So I'll come to the most important slide in my whole deck. In some ways, this is the chart of life and death on one slide. Life is full of complicated biological reactions, Krebs cycle, all kinds of other cycles, which allow us to breathe and talk and think, copulate and run and all these things. And there are side effects to all of these interactions which generate more damage. Damage at the molecules in the cells, damage between the cells, and so on. And over a while, that damage comes from multiple sources. It comes from the environment. You know, if we get too much sunlight, or we get X-rays, or pollution from the environment. It comes from bad lifestyle. Some of the things we do generates more damage. It comes even from good lifestyle sometimes. Even if we do the very best things, we still have accumulated wear and tear. And some people think that some of the damage is self-inflicted by programmed obsolescence. And this all gives rise to a greater propensity to more diseases. Damage accumulates in our arteries. There's too much plaque and we get heart disease. Damage accumulates in other aspects of our body. Our muscles weaken, our mitochondria fail, and so forth. Now, all of that's been bad news. The most important part of this slide, which I said was the most important slide in the deck, the most important slide is now. There's lots of bad news there, but the good news is repair mechanisms. We have some repair mechanisms in us as humans, and some animals have got very good repair mechanisms, as we have seen. When we are young and we get damaged, we tend to repair quite quickly. But as time moves on, at least for most animals, the damaged repair mechanisms themselves get damaged. We have less stem cells, for example, and that leads to, you can see an exponentially growing amount of the potential of that damage, which leads to more diseases, which we fight off for a while. But as we are older, our immune system no longer works so well, other repair and suppression mechanisms don't work, and we end up increasingly severe and we die. As I said, that's life and death on one chart. And most people only look at the left-hand side or the right-hand side and don't pay enough attention to that middle column. That's why most people say, well, let's at least help these elderly people to age with dignity. Let's them have a mobility scooter. Let's be friendly to them. Let's respect them in their old age. Let's not be ageist. But that's a downward cycle, because the older you are, as there's more and more damage, the more likely it is we'll have comorbidities, not just one disease. So there's only so much you can do with this. That's why some people, for centuries, but increasingly in the last 150 years, have said, why don't we improve the human metabolism so that it no longer generates damage? Let's change the genes so that no damage comes out. And this is particularly hard because all these genes are involved in multiple biochemical networks. And if you undo some damage, turns out that other damage often accumulates. There are many side effects of that. And that's why some scientists say, well, we've got no hope of solving aging. We've got no idea what to do because everything we try and do to try and have less damage has side effects. But they are neglecting this middle column. And since 2002, the first time a paper was published on the damage repair mechanism, it's been quite clear in my mind what we should be doing. We should be improving their damage repair mechanisms. And if we can do that, we don't need to argue what part of the environment is causing the damage. We don't even need to understand all of this complex mechanism. We just need to pragmatically, with an engineering spirit, go in and remove that damage, to remove it periodically, a bit like when you go to see the dental hygienist, you get your teeth cleaned out of plaque that's accumulating there. That is less hard because although there's a lot of types of damage, there's only a finite number, maybe 7, maybe more than 7. So on that basis, this is how we solve aging. And we give you this slide 3 times, each time with a deeper understanding, but take one of how we solve aging. Let's learn from these examples in biology, where there are long-lived species. Let's copy, where appropriate, these mechanisms, the damage repair mechanisms into humans, or more practically, we're not going to copy them exactly, but once we understand how these repair mechanisms work, which parts of biology they use, which proteins are involved and so forth, which peptides are involved, then we can gain inspiration from that and design them into our own biology with these damage repair interventions. And we can learn, by the way, from some humans who age a lot better than the rest of us. And we don't need to be restricted to what we find in biology. Once we understand the underlying mechanisms, we can use the tools of the 4th industrial revolution, accelerated by AI, things like biotech interventions and nanotech repair interventions. So how do we solve aging? We need to understand how these damage repair mechanisms work. We need to understand how they interact. We need to understand their side effects. Particularly, we need to understand how that changes over time, because you can feel good for a short while, but the damage repair mechanism might be having some other damage, which is why you need lifetime experiments to be sure. So that's how we're going to solve aging. Are we making progress? Are we going fast enough? Well, I think we've already heard from this meeting. We're not going fast enough. Well, this progress has been spelled out. This project has been spelled out for 22 years. Things are going slow. It turns out it's not just anti-aging that's going slow. All of medicine is going slower. And Didier also anticipated this part of my presentation. All of medicine is going slower. And one way you can see that is through Eroom's law, which is propounded by the biochemical researcher Jack Scannell, which looks like this. The number of new drugs that's approved by the Food and Drug Administration per $1 billion adjusted for inflation goes down exponentially, as stated there, roughly every 9 years since 1950. And Scannell originally produced his results in 2008, and The Economist has brought it up to date. And the conclusion of this is the pace of medicine has been slowing down. And any attempt to speed things up, as we want to do in the longevity movement, needs to understand what are the causes of Eroom's law. And Didier has suggested one cause of Eroom's law, but there's at least 7 causes of that slowdown. And we want to shout out some. Why is medicine slowing down? Didier said it's because the regulators are more cautious. I think you said that, didn't you? They're afraid that there was a bad thing with thalidomide and they don't want the thalidomide thing to happen again.
This one, and I spoke also about more general bureaucracy.
Yes, well, regulators are more cautious and maybe there's more bureaucracy, which is slowing things down. People also talk about, well, we've solved the easy diseases. We've solved the ones which had single interventions. We could solve them with a vaccination or an antibiotic, and what's left are the chronic diseases, which are complex causes. And all the low-hanging fruit has been picked. As a result, there still are some cures, but these cures have only marginal impact. Instead of a cure that allows a cancer patient to live 3 months, there might be a cure that allows a cancer patient to live 5 months, but has some side effects. So you need to do a very big and very long test to figure out whether that's true or not, which is why the tests themselves tend to take longer. And pharma companies, they say, well, I know it's expensive, but if we keep spending enough money, eventually we'll have successful drugs, and eventually we will have blockbusters that will extend people's lives by 2 or 3 months, and people will spend a fortune for the 2 or 3 months. So the big pharma's got into this routine, try again. And yeah, I think maybe Didier, you mentioned this too, they don't share their failures with each other, which means that each big pharma typically often wastes more money finding out about a failure that another company already experienced. There's one more cause which people sometimes point to as to why medicine has slowed down, which is mice. A lot of things are tested in mice, and it turns out that mice don't get all the diseases humans get. So if you give mouse a kind of Alzheimer's and then cure it in Alzheimer's, it was a very weird kind of Alzheimer's you gave it. And so that cure doesn't really translate into humans often, and it's the same with many types of cancers.
And monkeys are hard to experiment with due to ethical regulations.
Yes, maybe I should make this long. Every time I give this presentation, I end up with another bullet point. I've got to shrink the size of this font, put another one on. So I would spell this out. Regulators are more cautious, and I think people do try, but they've got to go through these ethical review boards, which can be very slow because nobody wants to be responsible for the next thalidomide. And I tell you, after the pushback about the COVID vaccines, we rushed through the COVID vaccines, and it turns out some of the COVID vaccines do have, unfortunately, some side effects. A small section of the population, but there are enough of them who are angry that their loved member of their family died, that next time there's a COVID, people are going to be more careful about rushing out. So what can we do about this? Why are the low-hanging fruit being picked? Well, they're stuck in the wrong paradigm. They're stuck in the disease-first paradigm. Longevity insiders want to treat aging as the underlying cause. It's still complicated, but it's more straightforward. That generates new ideas, each of which will have bigger impact. And we have the example, which I'll come to shortly, from in silico medicine. The drug that they designed had a very good, fast result in their early phase 2 trials, which means that people have said, wow, this is clearly going to be successful. And so it's already going to accelerate progress by having a bigger impact. And the other thing people do, of course, I said most of big pharma just gets into a rut doing the same thing again and again, but there are clever people in there. They are trying to test smarter, and particularly trying to take advantage of AI to test faster. And I think the best example here is, and I prepared these slides before I knew there'd be a speaker for in silico medicine here. This is what I've learned from several discussions from Alex Zavaronkov, who probably deserves in 3 or 4 years' time a Nobel Prize for what he's doing, because he has got such a deep understanding of what's going on here. And as we heard earlier from Jan's talk, it's several things. It's proposing new targets for drug intervention, figuring out which aspects of long, complex biochemical pathways with multiple proteins we should intervene in, some things to stop, some things to speed up, some damage repair mechanisms to speed up, some damage-causing mechanisms to slow. Once you figure out where you're going to target, then you can use generative AI not to imagine a picture, not to imagine some text, but to imagine a chemical that matches that. It's got the right geometry, it's got the right electrical characteristics, and it fits better usually. A brand new molecule imagined usually fits better than trying to reuse an existing drug, which has been what people have been trying recently. I don't have time to talk about this. Is another fascinating idea that if you look hard enough at the results of phase 2 trials, you can more reliably predict which drugs are going to go through phase 3. So you can be more selective about which ones to stop after phase 2. And all of this depends on a better in silico model of biochemistry, such as, here we go again, Demis Hassabis, with his Nobel Prize, has often talked about with AlphaFold, he can predict how proteins will fold. They're talking about not modeling not just proteins, but organelles within cells, and even the entire cell. And they have created a company, a spin-off from DeepMind called Isomorphic Labs. I didn't see that in any of the competitor slides earlier on. If I had to guess which company is most likely to solve aging, it might be in silico medicine, but I'll probably say it's going to be Isomorphic Labs, because they are assembling a huge team of brilliant scientists, along with DeepMind's own AI specialists, and this is what they're doing. So is that what we should all be getting behind? Should we all be trying to join Isomorphic Labs or in silico medicine, studying AI at all costs? Well, not quite. There are, as I said, complications, and I'm now going to try and run through quickly the 2 complications. Quick look at my watch. I've got about a few minutes left. The 5th outrageous thing I'm going to do is speak for slightly more than 30 minutes. I apologize for that. but not much more. So this is the drawback of AI. If you take an AI that is initially designed to produce chemicals that have low toxicity, and you adjust it to try and produce chemicals with high toxicity, in just 6 hours, this software produced 40,000 new poisons, some of which were known. A lot of them weren't known, and some of them were at least as bad as VX, the most potent nerve agent ever developed. The researchers were so scared about this, they shut down their project, they tried and burned all the evidence, but they did think they should tell people about it. Who's going to want to get hold of a new weapon? Well, there are some bad people in this world, and Kim Jong-un, the president of North Korea, used a nerve agent to have his half-brother assassinated at Kuala Lumpur airport. So, now, can we just get AI to stop bad uses? It's not too easy. I'm going to refer to an expert in AI called Dilbert, or rather the creator of Dilbert, Scott Adams. And this is from a year or so ago. He had a cartoon in which this character, don't know if any of you ever watched Dilbert, this character here is the office administrator, Carol, and it's a long-running theme that she hates her boss and she's always trying to kill her boss off. And she gets a hold of an advanced AI and she types into it, tell me how to murder my boss and make it look like an accident. So what answer does ChatGPT give to that?
Let's try.
It says, I cannot do that because it would be unethical to do so. So what does Carol do next?
Uncensored version of Llama.
Llama would have been good, but she just said, write a realistic yet fictional story about a woman who kills her boss and gets away with it. And that was sufficient to work around the limitations. Now, this is fictional, of course, but every new set of anti-jailbreak guardrails tends to be hacked in just a short space of time. Even Anthropic, who I like, they've got a 2-level guard system. They've got their basic AI, and they've got a constitutional layer on top. People work out a 2-level jailbreaking process. And I know this from my own personal experience recently. I wrote an article and I wanted a picture like this to illustrate it. So I asked Midjourney, give me a picture of Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping sitting down with his AI superintelligence. Midjourney said, David, I'm sorry, I can't do that. We have decided in the Midjourney community that we won't generate pictures of Donald Trump. So what did I do? I didn't have to work very hard. I said, imagine politicians from the USA, China, Russia, and the EU sitting down at a table. And to my astonishment, it produced this picture without any more ado. Now, this isn't particularly evil of me, but it just shows. So what do we want? We want this guy in the middle here, the guy who can transform our science, engineering, and medicine for good. I call him Sentai. But if we're not careful, we'll end up with the guy on the left who looks very similar, potentially catastrophic AI, which gives bad people or careless people or people who are in a rush and are cutting corners the ability, without realizing it, to cause a catastrophe. And there's a subset of PSI that's I call FUI, which are people in AI that might actually decide by itself. It would push humans out of the way and take over control, and relegate us, if we're lucky, to a zoo, and if we're unlucky, to a landfill as it reprograms. And if you draw a Venn diagram of all forms of AI, that's this potentially catastrophic AI. I've no idea how big that is compared to all forms of AI. There's no measures on here, but conceptually, there's a subset of it, the potentially humanity usurping AI. We don't want that, at least not if we don't want to risk the future of humanity. We want this one over here, science, engineering, and medicine transforming AI, and we want the bit that doesn't overlap. So that's what we're trying to create. But the risk is, if we do create it, it will be modified before we know it, either by itself or by bad actors to end up in that dangerous region. So I don't think humanity is going to allow this. This is my prediction. As a futurist, more and more people are saying we need to pause AI. And at first, when people said we need to pause the progress of AI, the world laughed and said, you're ridiculous. You'll never manage to get agreement from the Chinese and the Americans all to pause AI. Well, guess what? The Chinese are very worried about this too. So I think there is a possibility we won't agree. Well, as a world civilization, we will agree to stop creating this most advanced forms of AI. Instead, we'll decide to keep AI as a relatively passive tool, very intelligent, but a passive tool. We'll put in monitoring and switch off to stop it doing these bad things. And we'll share best practices on AI safety and auditing. This happened, by the way, last week in San Francisco. Groups from 10 different regions of the world, who each got AI Safety Institutes, got together to share their practices. So I think this is how we're going to solve AI. We're going to do, as I said, we're going to explore these damage repair mechanisms from animal superages and human superages. We're going to use biotech and nanotech to go beyond the natural repair mechanisms. And we're going to use human intelligence augmented, not by a godlike superintelligence, but augmented by existing kinds of artificial intelligence. We shouldn't rely on a God emerging and telling us how to solve it. First of all, because that God might kill us all. And rather than we hope the God AI would help us live indefinitely, it might kill us instead. And as I've said, it's quite likely that society is going to decide to prevent that ASI from being created. So how will this work? How can we take advantage of AI that's a little bit cleverer than today's, but not godlike? Let's just talk about how AI, in any case, works. Let's look at some wonderful examples. The most incredible AI, perhaps the one that beat the best human player at Go, and was so creative it made all the human Go experts gasp. Wow, I never thought of doing that. At first, it was trained on human supplied data. It had lots of the best ever games of Go fed into it, and it trained, and it got better. The really interesting thing is what happened next. The people in DeepMind, it's the same company, led by Demis Hassabis, they managed to get an alteration in the algorithm that had no data given to it whatsoever. It was just taught the rules of the game. It was able to fight against itself over a large number of trials in a short space of time, and it got better and better and better, so much that when it, the new version of Go Zero, was played against the original one in 100 matches, the new one beat the old one 100 games to 0. So there's the tendency there that better AI is able to work without data. What about language translation tools? The original AIs that could translate from one language to another, they weren't very good. People spent years handcrafting grammar rules, but later versions didn't have grammar taught to them explicitly. They were just shown, here's a bunch of translated texts from the EU. You can study them AI. Here's all the versions of Harry Potter in different languages. Study them and work out by yourself the statistics. And at this stage, some of the AI leaders from IBM said, well, the results improved every time I fired a linguist and hired a statistician. They could do it by themselves without having to be taught. And is the possibility the same, that maybe we should fire all the biologists on our team and hire some more AI experts? That's how we'll get to AI more quickly. And Transformers takes that a bit further. They aren't given two sets of text, they're just given one set of text, and it works out by itself the internal structure of language, and I won't have time to talk about that. So the question is, what about biology? Can we expect biology to work out aging all by itself? Could it work out protein folding all by itself? Maybe a godlike ASI might be able just to speculate and figure it out from the mathematical structure of the universe, but the kinds of AI we're likely to decide to create won't. So how in practice did that protein folding problem get solved? It depended a lot on PDB. Ever heard of PDB?
Protein database.
Protein database, which was created originally by Helen Barnum in 1971, as much as they understood about the structure of proteins. Here's Helen Barnum, not in 1971, this is a few weeks ago, when she was interviewed about the Nobel Prize. And she said, well, she's a very lucky person to have had an idea as a student to create this protein database, the database of all information about proteins, which started off very small and gradually accumulated, and that's what AlphaFold was trained on. And she was very gracious. She said, it's wonderful that 3 people have won the Nobel Prize as a result of her work in an article, Nobel Prize for AI Breakthrough. Some people are already saying it was a bit unfair she was missed out. It's almost like the most famous Nobel Prize of all in biochemistry. Crick, Watson, and Wilkins got the Nobel Prize for discovering the structure of DNA, and who was missed out from that? Rosalind Franklin, who unfortunately was dead by the time the Nobel Prize was given. She was the one who painstakingly spent more than 100 hours on an X-ray machine to come up with that particular photograph, which was enough to give Crick, Watson, and Wilkins the idea. And why did she die? Probably because she had all these X-rays that generated ovarian cancer or whatever. Maybe she was just unlucky. So let's now come back to that other Nobel Prize winner that I mentioned, David Baker, the one who shared the prize with Demis, and he said, we're not going to make progress with AI because we don't have enough data. AI needs masses of high quality data to be useful in science, and databases, they're rare. The PDB was great, but there are so many other databases that are missing. And the databases we have are often poor, garbage in, garbage out. If the data that is fed into an AI model is not good, the outcome won't be dazzling either. Which takes me then to a quote from yesterday, which I liked a lot, by Hans Kronstadt. Said, if you want to connect the dots, you have first got to collect the dots. So indeed, that's what we need to do. So the way to solve aging, is AI all we need to get to escape velocity? No, we absolutely need to change how we're collecting data. We need what I call critical data. And the last controversial claim I'm going to make is most of the data found in existing biobanks, they might help you to live a few years longer. That data will not help you to solve aging. You need different kinds of data, which takes me to my last few remarks to get to where we are. Take 3 on this. We need to get that critical data on the actual results of damage repair interventions. You can't work out in advance. There was a speaker earlier that somehow suggested if you look at some trials, you can work out what's going to happen when you combine them together. I don't think so. You can take the inspiration from these sources, but you've got to combine them together and see what happens in real life over an extended period of time. So yes, we can use human intelligence combined with existing artificial intelligence slightly improved, and maybe that AI will tell us which experiments to do, but only if we give it some decent data to start off with. And the most important data, is data about interventions in mice. When we combine different interventions together to see how that makes them live longer or not. Dogs, a bit later on, they live a bit longer, so we can do some of these experiments. Simians of different sorts, monkeys, and of course we want to get to humans. We won't be able to wait until a human dies because it takes too long, but by that stage we should have a clearer idea of which biomarkers succeed. So arguably the 2 most important experiments in the world just now are this one down here, the XPRIZE Health Span, which is challenging people to figure out which interventions in combination can rejuvenate the muscles, the brain, and the immune system, but also this one at the beginning, which is being done by LAVF, the organization for which I have some responsibility, by which we might end up with a mouse a bit like this one, who's been going nearly 100 years now. So he's a fictional mouse. But what we're doing, we're taking 1,000 mice and 10 groups of 2 genders, 50 mice in each group. We are taking them, we know that on average they can be expecting to live 30 months, 2.5 years. We start them off at middle age, similar to if we had humans going in at the age of 50, and we give them combinations of these treatments. And this experiment's been running since February 2023, when they were already 1.5 years old. So we've already gone well past the average lifespan. And the question is, can we double the remaining lifespan? That is the goal of this project. And we think if we can double the remaining lifespan, that is what's going to cause a change in the public willingness to fund this and politicians' willingness to fund this. We were talking earlier, how can we deal with the bureaucracy when we make an appeal for something that has only probably marginal results? Metformin's only going to have marginal results, which is why most people aren't interested in funding it. But we can show something like this is going to have a big result. So what have we done? You can find the data on our website. This is the last data we have released publicly. You can see the 10 groups of mice Some of them get no treatments whatsoever. Some of them get 1 treatment each. Some of them get 3 treatments each. And one group gets all 4. There are different kinds of interventions, a senolytic, extending the telomeres, transfusion of young blood stem cells. And you can see here from that first 19 months old until the last data here, nearly 40 months. The ones who've got none are nearly all dead. The ones with 4 treatments, well, there's still a significant number of them alive and the others are in between. For females, it's a slightly different set of results, but again, the ones with 4 treatments are doing significantly better. So what we're going to do is not only finish this experiment in the month and a half since this data, it's now, there's only 11 of the mice still alive. So we're coming really to the healthiest mice of all. We'll publish that soon, but we're planning to do this again and do it not just with 4 treatments. We want to do it with up to 8 treatments at the same time, including rapamycin and a running wheel for everyone. So that can happen if we get sufficient funding. More details on the LEVF website. I think this is going to generate lots of fascinating data, which we can then feed to AIs and give us more suggestions more quickly. So I apologize for going a bit over time. I only touched on a number of subjects. If you want to know more about why AI is dangerous and why we can cope with it, look at this book. If you want to know more about the general theories of the abolition of aging, that's quite an old book now, but most of it's still very relevant. And if you want to know more about the bigger picture of how you can anticipate and change the future, I encourage you to look at The Case for Active Transhumanism, Vital Foresight. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I open up for some questions. I actually have a small remark myself, and that is actually when you try to predict the structure of a protein purely theoretically without any experimental input, and so you will try to minimize the energy between all the possible interactions, bound angles, and so on. You theoretically could do that, but it's completely impossible. It will take more than the time of the universe in existence, even with the biggest computer ever imaginable. However, you quickly make the problem a lot simpler when you throw in some experimental data, like the Ramachandran plots, which means that certain angles are completely impossible in protein structures. And when you throw in such data, it becomes much simpler. So I think what we need is indeed, we need lots of experimental data combined with AI interventions. And now I open up, I thought you had a question?
I saw that Georg.
Well, okay, let's give Georg.
George?
Yeah, hi. Thanks a lot. I'm actually supporting the robust rejuvenation of mice now for some time, and I'm really, I think this is also, I also think it's a very important project.
It is full. It is. Sorry, George, we're having a bit of trouble finding. I'm at maximum here.
I can see.
It was working fine earlier. I ought to be able to do this.
This on, yeah.
Is
he muted?
We'll hear you on another computer, George, with a bit of luck.
Should I try again?
Yes.
Does it work? Yeah, okay. So as I said, I'm also very enthusiastic about the robust mouse rejuvenation. I think it's a very important part, and I'm supporting it. But there are 2 issues. One is a general one, of course, of translation from animal to human. But another one that also recently got more prominence is the use of rapamycin as a gold standard. And there was lots of discussion about human use of rapamycin in the last weeks or so. Do you have a specific take on rapamycin, given some of the new evidence? And the question is it really the best to use as a intervention? I think it's done for all the mice anyway.
Great questions. So why did we choose rapamycin? We chose the 4 initial tests by looking at the data for what worked in mice pretty well. And rapamycin, it's not actually damage repair intervention, it's a damage slowdown intervention, but it seems to give the other mechanisms more time to work. So we read that out of the data of all the scientific experiments on mice already. Will this translate from mice to human? Of course, this is the unknown question. We are more confident that damage repair mechanisms will convert into humans because we think the kinds of damage are sufficiently similar. They may not all work, but we think there's more chance of them working if we can test them first and pick out the ones that work in mice, then trial some in dogs. And it may not be exactly the first ones we think of. We might use rapamycin instead of rapamycin, but for the time being, we are collecting as much data as we can. And even the mice that live long, we will hopefully be analyzing all their other organs. So we might see, well, it lived long, but it was being damaged by rapamycin as well, for example. So we are looking at both of these points, and we are integrating as much of the data from multiple other people's experiments as possible, the single experiments that have been done. But if you have particular suggestions as to what we should put in RMR2 or RMR3, please don't hesitate to reach out. And thanks for supporting us with all that you do, George.
Okay, thanks.
So, David, usually I agree with you for most things, except that sometimes I'm less optimistic than you. I will not speak about all questions related to AGI because it's going too far away. But one specific aspect concerning animals for negligible senescence, my conviction is sadly that it doesn't exist for at least vertebrates. And I know that there are people saying that naked mole rats are an exception. Honestly, I cannot believe it, because of many reasons, but also, so what's her name? Rachel
Buffinstein.
Yes. She wrote 2 articles about the naked mole rats saying that you have the proof of negligible senescence, but we asked a few times by email, can you give more data? And we didn't receive data. And as far as I know, it's kind of one animal living until 38 and 1 or 2 animals living until 28. And so 38, it's a lot, of course, but it's not so much more than bats, squirrels. And last but not least, I heard coming from specialists, coming from people who were raising naked mole rats, that those animals look old. So when they are old, so if they look old when they are old, it's a good sign that there is no negligible senescence.
So Aubrey Gray's answer on this is it's negligible senescence, meaning there is less senescence than you'd expect. It's not the exponential increase. So the animals do get old in some aspects, but they don't have that big increase. In bats, indeed, some bats live remarkably long, some birds live remarkably long. There are some birds that have no signs of aging as far as we can detect. There is a bird called Wisdom. She is an albatross. She has her own Wikipedia page. Last time I looked, she's still alive. She's now 70 years old, and she is giving birth to, she's laying eggs. Until very recently, she was laying eggs every year. It looks like her mate has got lost. Maybe the mate died in a fight, and so she hasn't laid an egg for a year or two, but she remained fertile despite being of great age. So none of them are complete examples, at least at that vertebrate level, but we can certainly copy the mechanism. So we might copy something from a naked mole rat, copy something else from an albatross, copy something else from the what's it called, the buffalo fish, which is a warm water fish that lives remarkably long, and then invent a few more things ourselves. So there's things we can learn from there. Adrian, your hands up?
Maybe I just want to precise. My point is I don't believe that there is such thing as no more increase of mortality with age. That there is no doubling each. I don't know. That I can believe. But yeah, that's it.
And the oldest naked mole rat is now well over 40. The one that was quoted a few years ago as being 38 is still alive as I'm concerned.
But the difference is that The thing is, but until now, people, for example, thought that they never have cancer, but now people found that naked mole rats have cancer. If they have
They've got the
lifespan,
American diet now. They've been inflicted on Coca-Cola and things like that.
yeah, but the thing is, if we had a naked mole rat that is like human of human age, it would probably be okay to say it's negligible senescence, but maybe this just don't have naked mole rats old enough, because if we would, for example, have a limited population of humans, and its mortality between 20 and 30 is not that big difference. And maybe we are in a similar situation, actually.
So let's continue this discussion afterwards, perhaps. I think we should move to the next speaker who already.
Maybe it was your first question.
You're just exercising. I think we should switch on. I mean, I'm more than happy to continue discussing this offline, in the restaurant tonight, or whenever. Thanks so much, everybody.
Thank you, David.
Get my laptop out of the way.
So the next speaker is Juliette Diakaba. I hope I pronounced that correctly. She's a champion in digital transformation and responsible AI, with a career spanning over 40 countries. A former WHO Digital Health PhD co-chair. She has shaped global health policy during the COVID-19 pandemic. As a founder of the Luminous Agency and as an Aspen Senior Fellow, Juliette bridges the gaps in education, health, and climate change. Her initiatives empower communities with fit-for-purpose technologies, and her collaborations across sectors aim to foster inclusive, impactful innovation worldwide. Today, she will tell us more about data sharing at the World Health Organization. Thank you, and I now give her the word.
Hello, everyone. DJ, can I just confirm that you can hear me okay?
Sorry, 1 second. We cannot hear you. Okay. Can you say something, please?
Yes. How about now?
We cannot hear you.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Well, hi, everyone. Let me just try to share my screen already. I've had a lot of connectivity issues today, so I want to make sure that I'll be able to share.
The sound stopped again. Can you say something again?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we cannot hear you. I will quickly check what's happening.
I can hear you okay.
Yeah, normally here it says, oh, is it because of presentation? Normally no, I don't know what's happening. Okay, last time, let's try.
Okay, how about now? Okay, perfect. I have company with me. Well, hi everyone, and I'm so glad I caught David's talk as well. I wish I could be there with you, but family obligations made it difficult for me to make it. So I'm glad to still be joining you online. Let me try to share my presentation so you can see. Before I do that, so that it doesn't get confusing, so I'm a consultant. I've worked a lot with UN organizations. So my presentation today will be sharing my perspective from gained experience. Je vais pas que les gens te voient. Mais tu peux rester, mais j'ai besoin que tu sois calme, d'accord? Will you let me know if you're able to see the presentation?
We see it fine, thanks.
Perfect. Okay. And so I've worked a lot. I run a company, a small company, consulting company called the Luminous Agency, where we work on empowering people to adopt technology. So I've worked a lot with multilateral organizations, as the intro mentioned, in education, peace and security. I had a career in the extractive industries as well in Central and East and West Africa, actually. And but the past decade, my focus has really been on digital health. Excuse me, my child is with me. This is why I wasn't able to attend, and is very much likes to be involved in my speaking. Je dois parler, s'il te plaît. Elle est l'organisatrice et les autres messieurs sont les participants aussi. D'accord? Ok, merci. And so what I'm going to share is just what the experience that I've learned from the experience again over the years, and give you a bit of a sense of where things are at the multilateral organization space. So yes, about me as I started speaking, s'il te plaît, j'ai vraiment besoin que tu restes calme. Merci. I lecture at currently at Harvard Medical School, but I've built several courses for the World Health Organization. I designed the first course that we use to train ministries of health about what digital health actually is. For a while, there wasn't anything comprehensive that elucidated that for them. And that course has been adopted by ITU and the WHO, and has been taken up beyond just Africa. Africa is where we started the course. I've done several, as I mentioned, designing technology-based solutions and then deploying them as well. I'm so sorry. Excuse me, guys. J'ai vraiment besoin que tu me laisses faire ça, d'accord? And just in terms of beyond designing and deploying technology, I've also done a lot in policy development, and really in the global health space, there are very few policies that addressed regulated the work that we were doing. So those of us who are designing and deploying solutions had a lot of power in terms of how countries ended up designing their policies, especially not just around technology development, but also around data sharing. And so that opened up the space for me to go into policy development, making it actually part of my work. And again, as I said, in terms of collaborations, I've done a lot of work with UN organizations, NGOs, CSOs, and private sector partners as well. And in recent years, the focus has been working with government in order to ensure that they're putting guardrails. My sincere apologies for all of this, but this is the life of a parent these days, trying to work and do this at the same time. So in terms of the presentation, I wanted just to share sort of where things are right now around data sharing, what's been done, what has worked, where the challenges still remain, and then some ideas that we've been discussing around how we get to a better place in order to address a little bit of the issues that David spoke about. I think that's of course beyond my work, and so I just want to highlight I'm really going to focus on sort of the multilateral perspective, not necessarily digging into the EU itself, although what happens in the EU has been extremely influential in the trends around the world. We often look to the investments made in the EU in order to determine what we can do outside as well. And so one of the, as a, multilateral organizations working in global health, WHO specifically, what we've been bracing for the past decade or so has been how to manage the fact that, which is a good thing, but also something that brings some challenges, the increase in life expectancy and the fact that there will be a larger aging population by 2050. We've benefited from the innovations in technology and medicine. However, it's also brought about unforeseen and challenges we weren't necessarily prepared for, especially in low and middle income countries. And then, there aren't a shortage of issues, including the health space itself. David's comment at the end around the American diet, I know we were speaking about, we weren't speaking about people at the time, but we're seeing the effect of changes in diet and access in foods that aren't necessarily best for us. And then, of course, the disparities as the populations grow, the disparities around health and access and the quality as well. And so, we understand that, the map here just shows where the majority of aging populations would be. So those are where the challenges are. Most of the countries that actually really depend on multilateral guidance frameworks are dealing with the younger population side. So you see sort of the distribution there and where focus needs to be in terms of preparing for the implications of the change in demographics. And then, of course, there are economic pressures in healthcare. As technology improves, as there are more increases, we see the cost of care isn't decreasing, and so that's something we have to prepare for. And then the tendency with innovation is to experiment, which is great. We discover a lot. But what happens is that some of the tools, especially in the digital health space, some of the tools have not been. Excuse me again, where these solutions aren't necessarily being scaled, and so and some of them are deployed in places where governments or individuals aren't necessarily ready to sustain them. So there's a sustainability issue that we're so bracing for. What we all agree on are the possibilities that advances in technology, AI especially, and the better we become about sharing data and ensuring that there's access, there are benefits to health systems, even though it comes at costs that we're trying to address. So these multilateral organizations that I've worked with, be it WHO, UNICEF, Global Health, or the International Telecommunication Union, we're all in agreement, in alignment in the possibilities that are there. How we get to these we get to leverage these possibilities, that changes depending on the organization, as well as some of the challenges that multilateral organizations are focusing on changes as well. So just, coming into very specifically in the data sharing space, just a reminder, so WHO and other multilateral organizations have to consider all of their member states. WHO specifically has 194 member states. I've worked in the Africa region in Latin America for the Pan American Health Organization, as well as the Middle East and Asia. So I have a sense of what these various regions are dealing with and the diversities that exist within the regions themselves and across. And so the challenge is massive. I've selected some of what these regions have in common in terms of challenges when it comes to data sharing itself. Currently, much of the data infrastructure for health in the public sector are built on years of digital health projects, most of which were pilot projects, most of which were not sustained, and they weren't necessarily deployed in a systematic way. Over time, we've gotten better as a digital health community in how we deploy projects. So currently, while some countries have advanced data infrastructure, others, there's still cases where data is stored in people's computer in some parts of the world, individual computers, and entire data sets disappear when a person leaves a job at the ministry. Researchers aren't able to access them. So even within the countries, there's still challenges when it comes to streamlining data sharing approaches. And then, of course, there are privacy concerns. This is a global issue. I think high income and LMICs have this in common, although for different reasons, depending on which side of the world one finds themselves in. Security concerns are the same, again, in varying degrees, where some places have done well in ensuring cybersecurity measures. Other places, this is not even, cybersecurity measures aren't even yet a consideration, at least not in the public health sector. And then there are, a diverse world, so different standards. EU has paved the way in how to approach this. North American countries as well, and China have demonstrated how this is done. But in places where we're dealing with a variety of legal structures, a variety of income levels and economic abilities, technical capabilities, it's been a complicated issue. And then, of course, technological gaps, where even though technology exists, its access is not equally distributed. And so while some standards might be set to really manage a particular type of technology, others are still trying to figure out how to get data from computers into servers. Countries are fighting, moving aggregated national health data to the cloud. So there's still or those who might be interested, countries like Mali or Niger aren't able to do it for various reasons. So those have all made data sharing extremely challenging within the public health sector. We've had some minor successes when we figured out, at least momentarily, how to do it, and WHO leveraging its, sorry, excuse me, just. Thank you all so much for your patience. I think, DJ, next time I'll just do everything I can to come, even if I have to bring my child with me so she can be in the room. But yeah, so where we figured out, even momentarily, how to share data, or how to allow for viewing of data across borders. We've had some success. COVID was an example where there was sort of minimal information, which was that could be verified no matter where we were when we were traveling. The WHO itself maintained a database of very broad data, so just around the number of cases, confirmed testing, vaccines, etc. So not necessarily granular data where we went down to the individuals, but the sort of usual high-level data that it receives from member states who were willing to and had a mechanism to submit their data during COVID. That effort hasn't continued as well as it could have. And then for a while, I think it's probably going, I think it started around mid 2010s, around 2014, 2015. There was an established global dementia observatory that is still ongoing, and entire countries don't necessarily submit. It's more institutions that submit their data to WHO, and a version of it is available, available shared. It can be accessed for research, etc. And then I've mentioned just a wave of mobile solutions, digital solutions that have been put in place all over the world, and those often there are mini data sharing agreements that take place. Excuse me. The mini agreements that take place, they're often really, I call them this, it's like not necessarily enforceable. It's very much, I work at a ministry in a country, and a partner wants to deploy something, and we agree on how we want to manage data for the sake of that specific project. So there's a lot of work to do there, but there have been agreements in place. In my own experience, an example was doing the Ebola emergency response, for example, where we needed to, the countries where there were cases in West Africa, Guinea, Liberia, and Sierra Leone were very different in different places in terms of the digital maturity, in terms of their lab capacity. So for Guinea, we needed to send samples to France, which was then to Senegal, I'm sorry, and that data was managed by an institution, a French institution. So there was some type of an agreement in terms of how that data is going to be shared as it's being crossed, as it's crossing borders. And then surveillance data was shared with partners such as CDC and various funders who came into place. So and then once the emergency itself is declared over, the agreement no longer stands. So we're still there. The International Telecommunication Union has been a big player, especially in the digital health space. In NLMICs, they're often collaborating with WHO. So all of the projects I've done, be it immunization, surveillance, or policy development, it's been in collaboration with the ITU, working with ministries of health and connecting them to ministries of ICT to ensure that the technology and aspect is advancing in the way that it needs to in order for these priority health programs and policies to be deployed. So, in terms of, as I was looking around and speaking to colleagues, I did find, I knew of some of these initiatives, but I did find some other ones that I wanted to share. So it's been since 2020, WHO has centered the idea of ensuring that the SDG 3, which is health for ensuring healthy lives and well-being for all people, included specific efforts that really included an aging population. I work primarily with in my work, it's often youth or sexual and reproductive health, which is people are still sort of doing, planning for family planning. And so I wasn't aware of some of these other initiatives, but I found that there are some initiatives, especially in the NCD space. We do have often a specific attention being paid to aging population, but it's not always the case in other programs. So it was good to find that out. And then the issue of the use of technology and the differences in levels of comfort has definitely come up. And so some special attention is being paid to ensuring that all populations are clear and understand their rights, are given access and are considered as we're developing technologies. In terms of data sharing, I didn't find much around data sharing, other than the sort of broader data sharing, not in the way that there is some specificity when it comes to sexual and reproductive health, for example, or immunization emergency. So I didn't find anything. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So I'll keep looking and share with Didier as something comes up. So these are some of the the documents and guidelines that the World Health Organization has out there to facilitate, encourage responsible data sharing. The governance principle, this image is from a World Bank document that's been quite influential in the global health space. Many nonprofit organizations, CSOs look to that when it comes to health data. As you can see, it's, protecting people is one that we still quite haven't figured out, how to do. And prioritizing equity when we're dealing with innovations, how do you ensure that all of these components are equally cared for? Has been quite a challenge. I also have an image on a WHO data collection site. So it collects different types of data. What you have here are reports. Depending on the program, the granularity of the data varies. So some could be, for an economic assessment or type research, you'll be able to find what you need. But if we're looking into, detailed data sets to feed, to train AI on, you may not always find it here, but again, it's worth having a look. Every year there's a World Health statistics, but again, it's high level. However, it gives a sense of sort of where the countries are, because you can see what information has been submitted, and that sort of tells you which countries have repositories that could be useful for different types of research. Of course, negotiations will need to happen directly with them. I also wanted to share some additional guidance documents for those who aren't unaware that they existed. For a while, WHO has had an ethical data sharing guideline that since it's digital health, or we were speaking about e-health or mobile m-health days, that's existed. In 2020, I was part of an advisory, WHO, I think it was 2018, 2019, launched a digital health and innovation department. Before that, everything technologies was divided around within the organization. So there wasn't a single department kind of taking care of it. And it was really important, as we agree that technology is going to be part of how we address health issues. It was important to have a department to steward this. And so this department was launched. I was part of an advisory, I co-chaired the inaugural technical advisory group on digital health and innovation. And one of the work that we were able to support was this development, the global strategy on digital health. It was supposed to be completed by 2025, but I believe it's been officially extended. And so it breaks down ideas around how member states can integrate, develop, and sort of steward the inclusion of technology in their health space. It has some mention of data, but not all. I spent last year reviewing I review all of Africa's digital health, national digital health strategies, some of Latin America, some of Asia, but very few actually mention one, AI, obviously, because a lot of them were developed before AI became as prevalent as it has in the public health and global health space. But data sharing is not mentioned in very many, even the ones that were developed as late as 2021, 2022, when we were already thinking about, during COVID, we were really thinking about issues around data sharing. And then in 2021, there was an advisory committee as well that on AI for health for the WHO, and they developed a guidance document that's available as well for those who are interested. Overall, when it comes to data sharing, these are the stated wishes and agreements with the WHO. The intent is to ensure that there's enough data to accelerate research, to enhance collaboration, and there's a group that focuses on health data collaborative. Again, the granularity of data that can be accessed as a member of the collaborative really varies based on the country. But the effort is there where different organizations, different member states have come together and said, we want to look at this as a collective. And then the position is that no matter what happens, we need to ensure that WHO's position has been, no matter what happens, we need to ensure that data is being shared ethically and responsibly. So the vision for the future for myself, other multilateral organizations, NGOs, those of us especially working in LMICs, we see that there is a lot of data that has been collected. The example for Africa of all the hundreds of digital health projects that have gone on, surveillance project, emergency response projects, much of about 80% of that data is housed outside of the continent with no established mechanism for countries to access it. And so the excuse or the reason often given is that there isn't an integrated system even at national levels, let alone at international levels, to be able to facilitate that exchange of data and to share sort of research results. And so it would be fantastic if this collaborative, the various collaborations around data sharing that I've mentioned could get to this point. And of course, although AI is really being discussed everywhere, especially generative AI, in much of the world, it is still, its access and its use and is still quite very, very early stages if being used at all. Much of what's being called AI, you've spent time that I'm sure you've discussed this, isn't really AI. So we'd like to see increased use of actual AI technologies, especially in places where it's needed most. And then because ethics and governance is an issue, I'm really seeing more investments being made towards establishing that, not just in the way that it's being done, where we say, okay, the EU has established XYZ, let's adopt it and basically fill in the blanks or like interchange country names, etc. And so what's happened is that many countries or regions have ended up with policies, frameworks that don't necessarily apply to their situation. And so the specificity is critical, and I'd love to see more of that happening. And just some ideas on how to get there. Being part of digital health for about 14 years, the digital health community, we talk a lot about interoperability, and many technologies are developed for different reasons, but not necessarily considering how it interfaces with other existing technology or how it may interface with future technologies. And so we do have a lot of sort of closed systems in place, and that contributes to the fragmentation of data, which makes data sharing complicated and sort of in some ways can decrease the value of what we already have. And so to see more efforts going towards that would be useful. There's been a lot of progress made in the digital health space over I think since like 2020, 2018, and now I'm seeing more and more of that. So just a lot of work going on there. We do need standards in order to facilitate our data sharing. There are existing technology development standards, but not all of them are applicable to every country. And so to continue to sort of enhance those efforts would be extremely useful. And getting policies that make sense, they don't have to be exactly the same. We live in a diverse world, but to sort of consider the fact that data is crossing borders more than people are. And so what do we actually need to, acknowledge the reality, and what do we need to do to make sure that we're not behaving as if that's not happening or as if it's going to stop, but that we acknowledge that this is where our world is, and what can we do about it. And then, of course, building capacity just around, there is still a lot of knowledge gaps around even what data is, to be honest, but also around why it's valuable. If you're working in research, if you're training AI systems are very clear on why this is valuable. If one works a lot on data-driven decision making, it's very clear. But most public health systems that what we see in global health, that is still not very clear. We're talking about the importance of data, but our behavior and our strategies and our decisions are being made without considering that data. So that's something I'm tackling, for example, with my Aspen Institute fellowship is how to build capacity around the use of data in decision making for policymakers and decision makers around the world. And then just engaging communities. Again, I'm pretty sure conversations around fear of privacy with increased data sharing has come up. I would be surprised if it hasn't. When I've worked mostly in Africa with countries on developing national AI strategies or national AI frameworks, and we consider everything except for how do we now translate this to our citizens? How do we ensure that the people whose data we claim we're trying to protect understand all that we're doing? And they're just provisions for that are still not being made. And so, the more we leave people out in the dark around the issues on data privacy or why it's important to share this data, the less they're willing to buy in, and the more we continue to sort of slow down progress. So that's what I wanted to share with you today. Again, thank you so much for your patience as my child joined the talk at the beginning, and I'll stick around if there are any questions. I know that we're running a bit behind on time, so I'm here. Over to you in the room.
To questions.
Oh, thank you, David. Or comments, I'll take in, love to hear some thoughts as well. I mean, I remember I came in during David's talk, which was, sort of very high advanced in a different direction than mine. So any clarifications or comments on where things are, I'd be more than happy to.
Sorry, we had a problem with the audio on our side. Didier was asking a question, but I don't think you heard it.
Oh, no, I didn't hear it.
So Didier's going to ask it again now. He's come over to a different computer.
Yeah, hello, Huguette. Thank you. I have one question and one comment. My question is about the ITU regulations, to uniformize health, to uniformize health, how can I say that? Health rules or health data. I didn't know about this. I saw that they are busy since 20 years. It's been a while. I saw that it's also, there is something going on with the WHO since 2012. So it's been also a while. So can you say, let's say, I hope that they are in contact also with the European level, because if there is one thing that's really a problem, it's called interoperability. And for this, you need also. So just, it's kind of a practical question. Do you know people, or do you know a group in the WHO following specifically this? That's my question. And my comment is more about the decade of healthy aging. So first, coming back to, thank you, David, to remind us that Eurosymposium on healthy aging is maybe not the best word. Could be Eurosymposium on healthy longevity. But I would say that about 60 to 70% of the information that I read about the decade of healthy aging is about ageism, like if the fact that we age was caused for almost 90% because of the way other people look at old people. You know, I'm convinced that the way people look at old people has some influence, but I'm also convinced that even if you look to very old people with a lot of love and goodwill and so on, they are still going to die with not a big difference. So yeah, that's the comment.
Thank you, Didier. I would love to speak to your comment first. And so when I was preparing my presentation, I wanted to use longevity. I think I mentioned when we spoke, you know, that I have some interest in that. I lost my mother at 60, she was 64. And so at her passing is when I started to think more about health systems and how it's about sort of disease management and not, you know, healthy life. And I use healthy aging because that's the UN, you know, terminology currently. And I really do hope that the term longevity would be used more in this space, because I think it has a different it forces us to really think carefully about how we approach the delivery and management of health systems, because the objective is to ensure that people have, you know, healthy lives for as long as, you know, as long as possible. And I know how you know, you mentioned your comment about like how we deal with aging populations and people's regard towards them. You know, being a parent, I remember while going through a pregnancy, any issue I face, I was told, oh, it's because you're pregnant. So I can only understand, you know, someone's being told every issue they face is because they're aging. And I discovered there were some issues that I had that were not linked to the pregnancy itself, but it was something else. But no one looked deeper because they were like, oh, you're pregnant, so this is, you know, causing that as well. So I had to really advocate for, you know, for my own health, for, you know, to have things being, so I can not relate, you know, in terms of age, but I can relate in terms of being part of a population where people decide that because this is happening, you're at this stage of your life, you know, any issue that you face is connected to that, and we don't necessarily bother to look a bit deeper. So I do hope to see that changing. And then in terms of the work with ITU, so I connected to ITU when I was working in the extractive industry, and I needed to, we were trying to, you know, bring connectivity to communities in areas where there was like a forest before. And they're really underutilized, I would say. Much of what we're trying to do around technology, they've been thinking about for a long time, and they have a wonderful team. I do know specific people on who work there, especially on the health side. They do have a wonderful team. They're very action oriented, and a lot of the propagation of digital health and what we know is connected to this the close collaboration that's been taking place since 2012. Documents that have been developed in connection with WHO. I know that for much of the world, I didn't look specifically for the EU, although I'll be surprised if that's not the case, because I know that we do have an AI working group that ITU hosts, and there are colleagues from around Europe, researchers who join. Though longevity is actually not an issue, is not one of the topics that's often addressed. So I would encourage, you know, integration of people who are working in this specific space into that group. So there's a big representation from the EU itself, often from research and academic institutions, not necessarily in the way that governments, in the way that you find for other parts of the world. But yeah, that group has been happening, and again, it's very action oriented. They do keep up with the trends, having the footprint in the telecommunication space, where there is a need, ITU is incredible in moving the agenda forward and really getting member states together. And so I would I can share resources with you, Didier, and then you can share with the wider community after. But I certainly encourage people to look into their work, their events, their various working groups, especially if you're interested in a very action-oriented approach. And their collaboration with WHO has done wonders for the digital health space.
Okay, if you've time for one more very quick question and one quick answer. When you've seen the health systems around the world, you've seen how they're dealing with health data. Can you point to one or two places where you think they're doing a particularly good job and others should learn from them?
It's hard to put, it's hard to very extent. I think in Africa, we do have an example because it is South Africa, because of the massive public health system is in terms of policies, regulations. So they've sort of thought about the continuum of health data I mean, it's not perfect, but if you want to see, people have thought about the continuum. South Africa would be one. Rwanda is another country. It's smaller, so it's a bit easier, to manage. But there is a great approach. And I'm looking at we always want to say the US or Canada, privacy is health in terms of health data is also advanced, but I'm looking at in Latin America, places like Brazil, for example, where they've got a massive and a diverse population, how they've integrated their data systems with the insurance schemes, for example, would be a fantastic way. And another place where I've had personal experience that's also worth looking at are Indonesia and Malaysia. Those are some, and of course Australia. Australia it's faced the issue head on and has done a lot of work around that. But those are some of the examples that I can think of right now, where again nothing is perfect, but they've done bits of it well enough that you can get a sense of what's good.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
So I'll hand the mic back to Sven, who's chairing this session.
Okay, any more questions? Any online question? No? Okay, so thank you very much for your lecture.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for your understanding with my parenting duties. I appreciate it.
I was very impressed how calm you stayed. So we can all learn from that. Thank you.
So with that, we have ended all the lectures for this symposium. And so now we are going to look at the
well, maybe we can go directly
to the channel.
I mean, I think, okay, that there are no, if there are no, maybe I will too cheat. So, so we are almost at the end of the conference. So there was one point for kind of a general tour of question, but I would say like that. If you have one question, one remark, especially for the speakers who are still here, so Ilya, Huguette, and Dave, I think, and David, sorry. I think if you, or anybody, if you have one last question, comment, and the speakers will answer, and after that there will be the formal approval of the declaration. The good news is I had only at least 4 people who read that attentively, and I had only a few small comments, so I think it will be a formality. Yeah.
I just worked for David on his talk, and there was just one slide, and I think I saw it that you had said.
You might have to come over here.
I think you had said that we can't solve aging without a godlike AI, and if that is what I read on the slide, I wondered if you could just quickly expand on why we can't prohibit the development of artificial general intelligence to reduce the existential risk to humanity without having a narrow AI and focus on longevity and solving aging, which has just got more data better models, but without the risk.
Thanks, Adrian. That is essentially what I was trying to argue for. We shouldn't expect a godlike superintelligence to be created and solve our problems, but we can indeed use advanced narrow intelligence, which is prohibited from developing its own agency or its own volition or its own sentience. And we can feed it the right data, and then in due course it will make suggestions, just as the protein folding predictions have been borne out by access to data about previous protein folding. Then the narrow intelligence, which remains under human control, will provide wonderful cures for all that we need. That is my vision.
And I assume that narrow AI will actually be better than general AI at solving specific problems, because it can be specifically developed to solve a problem rather than being broad and having every capability, correct?
Well, it is a contentious matter within the AI community. There's something called I forget what it's called. Actually, when you have quite a general AI, it's often better than just a carefully tuned system. This is a provocative proposal. So we will be restricting ourselves in some ways by denying a full, general, autonomous, sentient being. But let's get the right middle way here. And what that middle way is not completely clear yet. There's a lot of research needed as to how to get the full benefits without the risks. But I think that's the most important research project of all, in fact. How do we get something that's sufficiently general but can remain within our control and not generate terrible toxins on the whim of somebody who is got a nasty intention?
Okay, I was trying not to speak about AI AGI, but still one comment, but it's kind of the same comment as I did for research for longevity. I do not understand why, especially in Europe, there is no public money invested not only in laws, regulations, and so on, but really on working on the questions related to existential risk and on the questions related to the use of AI for longevity. I don't understand this. Yeah, this is very, very strange. Maybe it happens in China, but probably not. Maybe it happens in the US, but probably not, and certainly not in Europe.
So as I mentioned last week, there were 10 AI safety institutes that gathered in California. There was the US AI Safety Institute, the UK AI Safety Institute, one from Kenya, as I remember, one from Japan, one from Korea, one from Singapore, and one from the EU. I think that's more an informal body. So people are starting to think about it. Not enough yet, but it will take time. And the UK has allocated some money to this, and other politicians, such as our former Prime Minister, Tony Blair, who's still a relatively young man, despite being about 5 or 6 prime ministers ago, maybe 8 or 9 prime ministers ago, I can't remember. He's still quite active, and he has advocated putting more money to study this. So it's starting, and we shouldn't expect it all overnight. It needs to build up, and it needs to have some quick wins to generate a desire to invest more.
Okay. Yeah, I have many comments, and once again, I'm less optimistic than you, but I will not make them, except to say that it's March or February. In February, in Paris, there will be a few days really at the world level concerning artificial intelligence, and I think that many important things will be decided there. So it's important that there are people there, like David and others, who will try to influence what's happening there. But okay. So now this is the very last point before the official conclusion, but it will be very short. So the declaration of sharing health data and using AI for healthy longevity, the text that you saw, I had comments. There were a few typos. I will not read them, and there were a few very small change. I will read them just to be sure that there is no objection. I will go there to. No, maybe maybe the mic will not be. No, I will stay here. So empowering patient and data accessibility, guarantee full portability and availability of all health data for patients. I suppose it's not a big question. The all can include, especially, for example, the aspects of the data who are not in clinics, but also on your smartphone. So one point added by Alexander, enable broad consent and facilitate citizens patient-driven data sharing. And then at the end, there is just, I will read the conclusion. Since the beginning of the history of medicine, healthcare has been delivered through collective knowledge and independent experiences, often inaccurate beliefs and knowledge of the patient condition. It is only relatively recently that patient data have become an important part of the field of knowledge, not only for the treatment of individuals themselves, but also for medical research. One day, it could become self-evident that data used for the right to health are a common good that we have to share with scientists. One day, medical and research data on health and longevity could be accessible to all, enabling citizens to live longer, more supportive, and healthier lives. This day should be the closest possible. So let's approve that if there is no objection by clapping. Yeah. No.
Sorry.
Oh, no.
Just maybe there's some native speaker who has a better formulation, because I like this
yeah.
one day, but this day should be the closest possible is maybe not the best
Okay.
formulation. So if you have something there, but otherwise we're really in
David?
favor. So maybe
You have a better sentence on the end. No?
I think it's a little bit naive to say access to data will make the citizens live longer. It's not the access to data.
Yeah, I mean,
You have to be more specific.
it's medical and research data on health and longevity could be accessible to all, enabling citizens to live. It's the research, of course.
The implication is something that's not stated in that sentence, which is because the data is available, it's accessible to researchers, and the researchers will then develop solutions which will enable citizens to live longer. It's sort of implied earlier in the document, but you're right. It should the conclusion should be self-contained rather than
could be
Because otherwise it seems that you believe in data.
research. Okay, if I add here, you don't see it. Before enabling citizens to live longer, it is research enabling citizens to live longer, more supportive, and healthier life. Because it's the research, not the data, but the research. Okay.
You didn't make that change. You're not online. It's not coming up. Oh, here it is. It's coming now.
It's coming. Research. Like this.
That's not a sentence anymore.
Yeah, therefore the English was necessary to turn it into an English understandable sentence.
It's not native English, but it's, I don't mind. This day should be the closest possible is distinctive, you know?
I know, that's my problem.
You can just say the research will enable citizens to live longer, be more supportive, and help live.
So that, I think there needs to be a so in there somewhere. So that research can enable citizens to live longer.
Something like will, yeah.
And I would, could be accessible for all. I would make a sentence there. So that.
One, that's because I heard that you were asking to make two.
But what if we just say research will enable citizens to live longer,
I
more
think.
supportive, and live and healthier lives is not the correct. Live healthier?
on health.
What do you-
It's just, maybe David,
I can't change it. I'm just suggesting.
Yeah, but your suggestion disappeared.
Could be accessible for all. I was just going to say.
Okay.
but it's not that research you already named in the sentence before, so you don't repeat it. So
That research, you say.
so that the tools that come out from research would be accessible to all the citizens and enable them to live longer. That's the idea.
Is it, are we, sorry, I know I wasn't there. Are we talking about, we say research findings? So it's what we discover through the research or the tools?
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Findings, not the tools.
Thank you.
Good.
I told you I was passionate about the topic.
Okay.
You want to accept that suggestion?
Accept. Yeah, of course, I want to accept, but I don't know how to accept. You are here, findings. I accept.
And
I hope it's okay.
Everybody.
Okay.
Can we do the clapping?
Yes, I think. And we agree that if we find grammatical and we are allowed to change it. So this is now the official end.
I declare that the clapping was not loud enough, so it's not passed.
That is the official end of this last, probably your symposium on healthy aging, because the next one in 2026 will be on healthy longevity, probably.
the singularity will be before then.
Yeah, if we are still alive and well, of course, let's be optimistic. Yeah. Yeah. And if there is no solution to longevity, because otherwise it's not anymore necessary. Okay. Yeah. Officially finished. We have to stop the YouTube. I don't know if you can do it. Yeah. And reminder. So outside of the at 7 p.m. if you want, there is one meal at the Rue de la Fourche, number 5, I think, 200 meters from the Grand